Good morning, everyone. I'm going to convene this Tuesday, March 19th, meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I am going to recess our meeting for an hour and we will be back. Thank you.
Okay, we will reconvene this meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. And just in case we hadn't read the instructions, it's this one, I think. In case we haven't read these already, I'll just read them again, especially since there's more people in the room now. What happened to the? Okay, I don't have them, but it's okay. You know where the exits are on both sides, and most of you have heard this before, but if you need to vacate the building, go out those doors or the door here. And if we need to shelter in place, then stay away from the doors. I think that's most of what's in those instructions. So we will start with remarks by the chair. Just happy to be here today for our meeting to move bills from the Labor Committee, and ask my co-chair if he wants to.
Yep, looking forward to a good meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Our ranking members? Okay, we're all set. So we'll go to item 3 on the agenda, bills for final action, and we'll start with Senate Bill number 137, an act concerning gas, electric, sewer, and water delivery work. And this is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 3151. Do I have a motion? Seconded. It's been moved by Representative Wilson, seconded by Representative Hughes. This is a bill that requires contractors on certain public utility projects to pay their employees on the project the same prevailing wages and benefits that would be required on state or municipal public works projects. The S language in this incorporates the public works prevailing wage law enforcement and record keeping provisions. It specifies that utilities can recover their prevailing wage costs through their rates, and removes provisions on certification requirements and penalties related to the bill's apprenticeship requirement. Are there any questions or comments? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning. And thank you for your description on Senate Bill 137, which, as you said, would require public utility projects now to fall under prevailing wage. You said in your opening remarks, certain public utility projects, and that just begs the question, are there any types of public utility projects not covered? I'm just looking at lines 4 through 6, which shows construction, remodeling, refinishing, refurbishing, rehabilitation, alteration or repair of any property that is owned and operated by a public utility. It seems pretty all-inclusive. I'm just curious if there are some public utility projects that would not be included.
This statute will include all of this language that you just read comes from the statute on prevailing wage. Clearly, a lot of work is already covered by prevailing wage, public utility work, but this specifically would include construction work, which includes underground construction in the companies that are, the type of work that's described later in the definitions.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chairman. You had said certain public utility projects, and I think this includes all of them, just based on my understanding of the language that's before us.
Well, for further clarification, it would be certain projects because not all projects would meet the threshold of prevailing wage, the dollar amounts.
Understood. I gotcha. So your certain has to do with whether or not it meets the threshold for prevailing wage, not whether they actually qualify as public utility projects. I understand. Okay. Glad we sorted that out. Just moving on. It looks like section 2 is the language in the bill that actually is the meat of the bill. That's where it actually happens. Lines 39 shall be at a rate equal to the rate customary or prevailing for the same work in the same trade and so on. I do have a question on lines 48, and the next few lines after that. This is where we're essentially establishing the standard for when a contractor or subcontractor has violated the requirements under this bill. And it's a little different than the actual prevailing wage statute. And I don't know if it's something worth really digging into, but I figured I would ask the question. The section 31 54-53 of chapter 557 of our employment regulation statutes. That language says any contractor or subcontractor who knowingly or willfully employs any mechanic and so on for repair of public works project on behalf of the state and so forth. This one changes that to say if the labor commissioner, upon inspection or investigation of a complaint, believes that a contractor has knowingly or willfully, et cetera, the same language. Is there something substantively different between violating the standard of knowingly and willfully to suggesting that it's just a matter of whether the labor commissioner believes that the contractor has knowingly or willfully violated the standard?
I'm going to ask our LCO to answer that.
So the language in the bill is from the 2024 supplement. We had amended this subsection back in 2022, I believe, and it had a later effective date, creating a double section. So in the supplement, it is this new language that's in the bill now.
I appreciate that answer. And through you, Madam Chairman. So what was changed was the standard is now what the standard is now what the labor commissioner believes, rather than just simply saying whether they have knowingly or willfully.
I can answer that. I think what LCO is advising us is that we changed it to this exact language. So the prevailing wage statute that is pre-existing is in fact this language that you see before you.
Understood. That's fine. And would that include the penalties that are indicated in this same subsection B?
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that. So just moving on, like one further on in that same section, I think it's subsection little e, starting on line 111. It says, I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. It says any public utility that awards a contract for a public utility project that requires the contractor to pay prevailing wages under this section, and where such costs associated with such public utility project are determined by PURA to be recoverable under the provisions of certain general statutes, shall recover, and this is the part that I want to just make sure that I understand this correctly, in either base rates or an approved rate recovery mechanism determined by PURA, any and all prudent and reasonably incurred costs for such prevailing wages. I read that to mean that all of the costs of the prevailing wage are intended to be passed on and collected in the form of additional charges that the public utility would charge their customers and consumers. Am I correct about that?
I think this language makes clear that they are chargeable in any process before PURA. And that doesn't necessarily mean they would trigger an increase, but it could also just be used to explain as a chargeable expense that it is used to explain why their rates are such as they are.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chairman. Yeah, it's pretty explicit. Line 169 or 116 rather says shall recover in either base rates or an approved rate recovery mechanism. So this tells me that they're just going to pass these costs on to consumers. So by effectively putting in this legislation requiring that public utility projects become governed by the same prevailing wage language that our other statutes for municipal projects are covered, for example. And we're going to see the same thing. You know, I mean, I think that prevailing wage has a significant and negative impact on property taxes, local property taxes by forcing municipalities to pay more for certain projects. And ultimately that cost is paid on to the taxpayers or passed on to the taxpayers of that community. In this case, moving these public utility projects to prevailing wage will have a similar impact by requiring consumers to pay more for their public utilities. I think just based on those things, I mean, there are a few other things probably worth mentioning in the bill. But based on those reasons alone, I don't see a legitimate reason to move forward with this legislation. We already are paying some of the highest utility costs in the entire country. And this is only going to make that situation worse. Coincidentally, we have some of the highest property taxes in the country also for mandates created by state government requiring towns to do various things, including pay prevailing wage for certain types of projects. So I'm in favor of reducing the costs and impediments of daily life for the people I represent. And I see this only as a mechanism to actually put more burden on the citizens of this state, who I believe are struggling under the weight of inflation, rising costs of everything. And government is something we actually have the ability to control. We could, if we were really interested in helping our constituents, afford living in our state, we could make, significant changes to the cost of government. And we should start moving in that direction, in my opinion. Madam Chairman, I can't support the bill that is before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Representative Acker. Oh,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't mean to step in front of the good ranking member. You had mentioned the component about the apprenticeship training. I'm looking at LCO 3151. Is that the correct LCO number? Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Starting in lines 21 and ending through line 31 actually talks completely about having to participate in and have a apprenticeship training in your company. And I spoke out, I reached to some of the small contractors that really, not really small, but some of the major companies that work in our area. And they are, not that they opposed of an apprenticeship training, but they don't specifically see where there's typically like in some of the licensed trades, and a program that, they typically would work with. Although they train people, they're not essentially registered apprentices. So can you mentioned that being taken out, but I see that it looks like they have to still be part of an apprenticeship training. Do you read that the same as I do?
I read this, I don't read it that they have to have that apprenticeship program in their company, but they have to employ people that have been through an apprenticeship or pre-apprenticeship program. And my understanding is that a lot of this work is already being done by the trades that are engaged in these pre-apprenticeship programs and apprenticeship programs.
Okay, I'll reach back out to them and just to clarify some of that. And I do struggle with a little bit about and just to go back to, I think you answered the question already, but just confirm these projects are the ones that only fall under current prevailing wage standards now in terms of the amount of the project. So it's a new construction, utility line, it would be a $1 million project.
That's correct.
And
renovation projects have to be 100,000.
100,000. Okay. So I may flag this just to get my bearings on the apprenticeship training component of it. As you know, I'm a pretty big supporter of that program. So, but for at this time, when I reached back out, I just reached out to a couple of my contractors. They were unable to codify my questions and make sure that they are involved with these. But for right now, I'll be a no on this. But getting the answers that I need, I may that could be something that down the road we may change. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Representative Weir.
Thank you. I don't have a ton of questions, but I do want to make some statements that echo those which echo and maybe elaborate upon those raised by my colleagues. In going through the several pages of this bill, I didn't see anywhere where other than for changing the format to prevailing wage, where the ratepayers or the taxpayers receive any benefit from this. There wasn't any mention of additional training. No mention of additional safety measures being put into place, certainly nothing about productivity. So when we add these additional costs, which I see is they are going to be passed down to the ratepayers, the taxpayers, and through the towns, we get no benefit. The people using, receiving the services or having the benefit of the end users receive no benefit from this, only higher costs, which as Senator Sampson pointed out, are some of the highest in the country for utilities. Our electricity rates are twice second highest in the country, only behind Hawaii, which is out on an island in the middle of the Pacific. So, we are here passing along unnecessary costs to the ratepayers with no benefit. And I think I'll leave it there. I made my point, but I cannot support this bill today. Thank you.
Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief, and I'm going to align some of my remarks with Representative Ackert, but my main concern with this bill is the rate increase. We've already said it, but we do pay the highest rates, not the highest rates in the country for utilities. And to give this opportunity for companies to raise rates, I think it's so unjust and unfair to our public. It's one thing if people, prevailing wages, they've helped us in our town with certain things, but to say you could pass on your costs to the public, I think it's egregious, I believe, and I can't support it because of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments about this. Out of respect for Representative Weir, I do want to respond, even though it wasn't a question, but my belief is that, in fact, requiring contractors to employ workers who have been through apprenticeship programs or pre-apprenticeship programs is in fact very, very important to our communities. We know in other settings where that has not happened, where there have not been prevailing wage requirements, including these apprenticeship programs, there have been serious accidents that have not only cost the community in terms of financially, but have really caused distress. This is really dangerous work, and incorporated into the prevailing wage statutes and is the idea that workers need to be properly trained precisely for their own safety and for the safety of our communities. It also is, been shown that it also provides more high quality work when people are properly trained. So I do think that the essence of what we're doing here goes to a benefit to the community in terms of safety and training. And I do want to point out that the concern that's been raised about additional cost, we've had testimony that most of this work is already being done under prevailing wage statutes. And so I don't think it's really more about leveling the playing field so that contractors, and we had many contractors, Connecticut contractors, testify in favor of this bill because they would like to have a level playing field so they're not competing against companies that are coming in, particularly from out of state, with untrained workers who are paid low wages, who don't have benefits, and then they're the lowest bidder, and we're left with a potential for a dangerous and subpar work. And so I do think that is the reason this bill is before us, and hopefully through the process of talking to your colleagues and talking to folks, we can find more support on it. Representative Yakarino.
Do you want to go see? No. I'll be just brief. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying about the utility costs, there are people that can barely pay their bills today. And if they go up 5%, that's a lot of money, or 3% or 4%, especially single moms or single dads. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking, I have no problem with some of the bill, but I have a problem with giving the ability for the utility rates to go up. I don't see why that's even in the bill, personally. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Just to answer that question, I think it was put into the bill at the request of our agencies, to be clear. But I again think that the rates that people are paying today, people are really concerned about the high rates of public utilities, and I think, agree on that we should do everything we can. And this legislature has tried to, has passed legislation that would impact the companies and what they can use as a chargeable, as something that's chargeable in their efforts to increase rates under PURA. So, but I don't think, as I said, the main thing to remind ourselves is that most of this work is already being done as prevailing wage work. So leveling the playing field and requiring that all of it will be done, I don't think you're going to see the kind of increases, 3% and 5% that you just discussed.
If you don't mind, we've always, since I've been here, we've said that over and over, but our rates do go up over and over for especially the poorer people. A lot of bills we pass eventually impact. I'm talking about utilities now. I'm not talking about, it impacts people year after year after year. They've gone up every year since I've been here, utility rates. That's all I'm saying. We're giving them another tool to raise their rates. So, thank you.
Representative Weir.
Thank you. And just in response to the focus on safety, you know, I had the benefit with you and many members of this committee to visit the IBEW local up in East Windsor. Had an opportunity to visit with the Carpenters Union, and they both groups explicitly put a focus on training and expertise. And I agree with the concept of apprenticeship and people learning to be the best craftsman one can be. But in this bill, while you alluded to the safety, you know, there's an implication and it's implied in there. It's not explicit in there. So I want to be clear that, you know, nowhere in this bill does it call out safety, and that we're going to see an improvement in our services as a result of enacting this bill. That's the distinction I would like to make, that, you know, while it may be implied, it's not explicit. And I don't see that we're getting a benefit out of this bill explicitly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more, Senator Sampson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologize for jumping in a second time. I just, I feel the need to respond also and just add that, you know, you suggested that somehow anyone other than contractors doing prevailing wage work would be subpar and likely out of state. And I don't know that those things are accurate. I don't think you can say that beyond a shadow of doubt in every case. I certainly know that the contractors that are engaged in prevailing wage work are genuinely qualified and do a great job. But to suggest that no one else, you know, could do the same is just not true. And I just wanted to be on the record with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 1, Senate Bill 137, an act concerning gas, electric, sewer, and water delivery work. The motion is to JFS this bill to the floor. The relevant LCO is 3151. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Weir's no.
Representative Ackert.
Ackert is no.
Representative Belton.
Representative Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Yacarino.
Representative Yacarino votes no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we will be holding votes open and we'll announce the timing of that at the end of the conclusion of this meeting. The next item on the agenda, item number 2, Senate Bill number 220, an act concerning clarifying the appeals process under the paid family medical leave statutes. This is the JFS to the floor, LCO number 2952.
Seconded, Rep. Hughes.
It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes. Any comments or questions? This is a bill that we heard testimony from the Department of Labor that explains that they would like the process for appealing claims against the Paid Family Medical Leave Authority. They would like to have that process spelled out so it's clear to everyone how you would proceed. And so that's what this bill does. Any questions or comments? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the description of the bill. Yeah, we've been over this this morning in our caucus, and I don't believe there are any objections on our side of the aisle. So I would offer this as a potential item for consent if you are so inclined.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Is there any objection to putting this on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will add item number 2 to the consent calendar. Item number 3, SB number 221, an act concerning gratuities as part of the minimum fair wage. It's a JFS to the floor, LCO number 3221. Is there a motion? It's moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Belton. This proposed bill will amend the statutes to phase out the subminimum wage that is in current statute. And we'll do it over a period of 3 years, and at which time the minimum fair wage would be recognized for all tipped workers. Any questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard a lot of testimony on this a couple of weeks ago. I believe it had a different title perhaps. At that point, I could be wrong, but we talked a lot about tipping. We heard from advocates who were for this concept. But overwhelmingly, a lot of the spokespeople were from out of state organizations, national movements perhaps. And I have taken the time, we received a survey from the Connecticut Restaurant Association that had a sampling of hundreds of servers, bartenders, people who directly who live in Connecticut, and 93%, that to me, that I would consider that overwhelming, are happy with the current system. It was stated that the average server is in the high $20 per hour per range. Bartenders were in the 30s, pushing 40 on average, and some much higher numbers than that. We learned that this industry allows for people to be trained, have a flexible schedule, to come and go and make their own hours and make of it what a person wants of it. I know my daughter is currently going through college, and she's working a couple days a week at a local restaurant, and that allows her to make some money and be flexible when the schedule with school changes for something like an exam, snow day, what have you. So, that's the Connecticut perspective that I think we're missing out on. And so to me, I'm putting much more weight on the people who came to testify locally to say that this is not something that they want. People who are working in this industry, who are, that they call this their profession, and they're happy with things the way they are. This has the opportunity. We heard from restaurant owners who talked about by raising the minimum wage without allowing flexibility, it could drive a restaurant out of business. Currently, as we all know, but I want to remind the people in this room and for anybody listening that while the tipped wage may be $6.38 an hour and the minimum wage today is $15.69, that any employee is guaranteed to make that minimum wage just by simply going to the owner of the business and informing him or her that they didn't qualify, did not meet that minimum hourly wage. And then it's on the owner to make that up. But by passing that along as a minimum wage immediately, the owner is going to end up raising prices. A lot of us are already at the end of our rope in terms of what our expenses can afford, what we can afford each month, and something's going to have to give. And so when you go to the restaurant today, you see a hamburger that's $12, $16, $18 for a hamburger meal, and that's without implementing this policy. And we're talking, roughly $9 an hour to the bottom line right away. So what happens with those additional expenses? They get passed immediately to the consumer. Whereas today, you have choice. You know, we have the opportunity to tip that server for performance, for quality, service, good service, which is how I look at it. Also, there were references made to that this is a legacy of slavery, that that because this practice began in America roughly in the 1850s to 1860s, that it was somehow tied to slavery. But I'd like to point out that doing some research on my own, tipping and gratuities began, you know, in the 1600s in Europe, long before there was before America was more than a colony, before we were a country. And you know, I think some of the proponents failed to mention, you know, kind of the history other than beyond our own history. It's still practiced today in countries in Eastern Europe, in Africa, Canada, all places where there was no legacy of slavery. There was no, you know, I'm not sure that slavery existed in Canada, but tipping is customary up there. And so I think to make that correlation was, yeah, I'm not sure what the motivation was, but I just want to point out an opposing viewpoint that to try to tie that together. I don't know if it was, you know, try to play on our emotions. But at any rate, I want to point that out, that overwhelmingly the testimony that we heard from people working in this industry today like it the way it is. And I think we're going to, by passing this legislation, we could certainly discourage people from going out to eat, which then could lead to restaurants in even more financial trouble. It's a really tough industry to be successful at, and those who do it well. My hat's off to them, because it is a really tough industry to survive. Has one of the highest rates of failures is the restaurant industry. You see a lot of restaurants come and go. And I'm sure we can each think of an anecdotal example where you go by a local establishment where it's been, you know, it's a building that's been set up for a restaurant, and you know, over the past 20 years, you can think of 3 or 4 or 10 different places that have been in and out of there. I can think of a few in my town of Hebron, Glastonbury. There are places that come and go. It's a tough industry, and when it works, again, my hat's off to those restaurant operators who make it work for themselves and for their employees. But when we come in and start interfering with an industry's ability to survive, I think it's a big mistake on our part. I think I'll leave my comments at this point and turn it over to my colleagues if they have anything to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you know, I've had a couple conversations. I am one that, you know, enjoys the restaurant, and I try to make sure and take care of the wait staff that's there, regardless of how my meal may be. The wait staff did their job, but you know, I did get a chance to ask one, and nope, let's not put this in legislation, but they said, unless you can guarantee me $25 an hour, I'm not interested in going backwards. So kind of meaning that what they're making is typically, you know, a good wage. It's, like was mentioned by the previous representative, it's not easy work. We did have some, you know, compassionate testimony that was here. And what I can say about the compassionate testimony that was here for the individuals, they're working for very bad employers that, you know, should be turned into the Department of Labor. They're not even providing what they're supposed to provide by law, existing law now. Adding and changing a law isn't gonna make those employers any better. And so, like, a couple of concerns I have with it is the increased price to go out, where many of our restaurants, you know, are struggling as it is. It's not a windfall business to own. And so that's the key component to my comments are more along the line that, you know, if there's seemingly, and nobody has come to me, they know what I do in you know, in this building, and has directly said, you know, we need to fix this. So knowing as opposed to as commenting again, we need to understand that as our minimum wages go up, they are guaranteed the minimum wage to start off with. So on that point, but I do have a question through you, Madam Chair, regarding Section 3, a new section. In the General Law Committee, we are already working on being upfront about fees. And as we talked about this legislation earlier is, that, a restaurant may decide to add a fee on and, well, maybe not, but they might. Right here, we actually spell out in it that, yes, they probably will add a fee on to, that because they have to charge more, or they don't charge more for their meal price. But at the other end of it, they may end up charging a fee. And we actually spell that out as what they have to do. How do you see them having to specify that, Madam Chair? Would you see that as something on a menu that spells out, or is it something that the actual wait staff has to announce to them regarding letting them know about the fee?
I can only respond anecdotally that I have seen it on the menu in certain circumstances where there's a service fee. It does usually say that on the menu, and then it oftentimes will say what that service fee is for. In this case, the law would require that it spells out what the service fee is for.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that response. And there's kind of my concern. So we look at, the potential for either the prices of the menu items going up, and then instead of that fee, instead of a tip that we may provide, it's spelled out prior to any service that there's going to be a service fee and what exactly that service fee is for. So you could spell out, well, it's going to take care of the people in the back room. It could be, but so you literally have to spell that out. So we are already saying and mentioning right in the statute that there probably will be a fee in lieu of a tip, which then again may negatively affect the wait staff. So for those reasons, I will be opposing this legislation, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Just one clarification on that. I believe I know the reason that we included this language is because during testimony, there were certain restaurateurs that said they might charge a service fee. So I don't think it's that we assume it's going to happen in every case. And in fact, I don't believe that it is happening. And there are states that have had the same minimum wage for tipped workers for many years. And I've been in those states and in those restaurants, and there's not always, very rarely have I seen a service fee. So I just wanted to make sure you understood our reasoning for putting it in there really came from the testimony we heard where there was a suggestion that that might happen. I don't think that we assume it's going to happen. Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've obviously, I don't agree with this legislation, and mainly because the industry, the workers don't want it. They don't need it. Obviously, government thinks they need it. Like government thinks we need to raise utility rates for our consumers over and over, year after year. During the public hearing, I had mentioned if you calculate the wage increases, it's 125% per employee. 125% per employee, the business owner will have to pay. Plus your SUTA and FUTA taxes, your state and federal taxes. You're looking at about 133%, 135%. There's no way in the world that a restaurant could sustain over even 3 years, 135% increase per employee and not raise a higher service fee, raise their meal charges. And I would guarantee you that the waiters and waitresses and bartenders will make less money. I don't know. This is the most, all due respect, this is one of the worst pieces of legislation I've ever seen in my life. People don't need it. They don't want it. They're making a good living. They choose to work there. They want the flexibility. And it's going to just cause people to go out of business. It's like Rep. Ware mentioned. Every business is difficult. Restaurant business is extremely difficult. There's so many layers to that goes into that business. And it's just another layer that's, I think, is going to ruin the relationship between the worker, the whole staff, and the community. So in good conscience, I think this is a horrible piece of legislation, with all due respect. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Senator Sampson?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, my colleagues did a great job of illustrating concerns on the bill that is before us. And I'll just remind anyone that's watching, we're dealing with the bill that would effectively eliminate the tip wage in the state of Connecticut for restaurant workers, bartenders, and so forth, who are paid a reduced minimum wage with the understanding that they make the majority of their income from tips. The current law, as was stated, already requires that employers pay at least the minimum wage to these employees. So if the argument that is being made by the proponents is that everyone needs to make the minimum wage, the fact is everyone does. And the purpose of this bill makes one wonder, because I think what it's going to do is completely upend the current marketplace, and not in a positive way. I often, when we are debating bills in this committee, discuss the different themes that seem to show up all the time. And one of those themes, we already have witnessed it in previous conversation today, which is, the antagonistic relationship between employers and employees, which I think the majority thinks exists in every case. And I don't. I think that the vast majority of employers and employees get along quite well. And that's because, generally speaking, they are engaged in freedom, in free commerce. They sit down together and they negotiate the terms of employment together, and each side knows what they're getting. But here comes the state of Connecticut along to disrupt that free negotiation and that ability for the parties to negotiate and come up with terms that they're happy with, and creating an antagonistic relationship where no longer does the employer in this case have the ability to negotiate as much as they might have, and no longer does the employee have the benefit to negotiate as much as they might have. And I think that's something that gets lost in these conversations, because most of the bills that come through this committee seem to be targeted at employers, putting more regulation on employers, limiting the ability of employers to engage in different types of business practices. And I get that that comes from the majority, from a place of desiring to be helpful or protective of workers. But it's not helpful or protective of workers. And this is what they fail to understand, which is that when you take people's freedom away from them to be able to make their own decisions and negotiate their own terms of employment, you're not helping them. You may think you are helping them, but you are not. And this bill, I like as a mechanism to point that out, because I think this bill makes it so abundantly clear that you're not actually helping the employee in this particular case. The Restaurant Association shared with us a survey that was prepared by Corcom Inc., which is an independent organization out of Pennsylvania.
Hi, I hate to interrupt Senator Sampson, but he was aware that we're going to recess briefly so the chairpersons of the committee can go vote in appropriations. We'll recess for 15 minutes and we will return at 12:18. Thank you. Okay, we are back on the record and reconvening this meeting. Before I return to Senator Sampson, I would like to ask for a motion to open a consent calendar. It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Ackert to open a consent calendar, and I would like to place item number 2 on the consent calendar. Thank you. Now we will return to, we don't have to vote. Do we have to vote on it? No, I didn't think so. I will now ask Senator Sampson to continue his remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I enjoyed our short break. That was very nice to actually get a little lunch break in the middle of one of our sometimes lengthy meetings, which is good. And we said 15 minutes and we did darn near 15 minutes. So that's another very impressive thing for the legislature to tout today. I think that I just began talking about the survey that the restaurant industry provided the committee just before the public hearing and again today. And I wanted to just draw attention to the results of this report, because I think it makes the point that I was alluding to earlier, that I know that the bill is before us because the proponents believe that somehow they're helping restaurant workers, waiters, wait staff, waitresses, and bartenders in some way. And I would make the counterpoint that interfering with their ability to negotiate with their employers is not benefiting them. And I think that this is an illustration where I'm, found to be correct, because the people that were interviewed in this survey, and I'll just start by letting everyone know that this survey was conducted by Corcom Inc. from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and they did an online survey of 446 tipped employees that are currently working in full service restaurants in Connecticut. And it was done in February of 2024. And there's a lot of data in here. I don't know if this is publicly available online where some folks could come look at it, but it's probably contained somewhere in the public hearing testimony. But the key findings are really stand out to me. The first one says that a strong majority of tipped employees agree that Connecticut's current tipping system works well for them and does not need to be changed. And when I say a strong majority, it's 93% of the people surveyed. I find it hard to get 93% people to agree on anything. And for 93% of the survey recipients to agree that the current law is working for them and does not need to be changed, to me is like the first step in deciding whether or not this bill should go forward at all. And just to support that, the public hearing testimony was extremely limited. We only had around 15 or 20 bits of testimony in their entirety. And I would suggest that if this was really an issue and you had wait staff across the state of Connecticut upset about their working conditions or the way that they're compensated, we would be hearing from them. And we just didn't. And this is not a new proposal. This is something that's been around for the last several years. And that 93% breaks down to strongly agree 83% and somewhat agree 10%. So that seems to be the most significant statistic. Also, it said that nearly all, 91% of tipped employees say that they are earning at least $20 or more per hour. In fact, 60% of tipped employees say that they are earning $30 or more per hour. And the final point that is included among the key findings is that if tip wages are eliminated in Connecticut, most believe, 95% believe that tipped employees will earn less, and fewer say they will earn the same, 3%, or earn more, 2%. So that is a pretty strong indication from people that are actually working in that industry. And of course, this is just one survey. It's certainly not all inclusive. And I certainly don't throw it out there as the end all beat all of research and facts on the subject. But it's pretty conclusive to me. And I don't think that 446 people surveyed is a small number either. I think that is a fair number to get a good indication of where things stand. So my colleagues have already covered most of the concerns with this bill. It's going to interfere in that employer-employee relationship. It's going to make that negotiation more antagonistic. The people impacted don't seem to want this legislation based on that survey. And I'm concerned about the impact as they apparently are, which is that, I was thinking during the conversation earlier about, Milton Friedman, if he was here. I mean, there is no free lunch is one of the famous quotes that he's remembered for. And that couldn't be more true when you're talking about this exact situation, because money has to come from somewhere. And if employers are going to have to increase the base wage that they pay their employees substantially, that money is going to have to come from some other source. And the only source that they really have for revenue as a restaurant is the menu and the amount they charge for the meals that are on it. So consequently, that means that the prices on the menu are going to go up. And I think they're going to go up substantially if you're talking about a very significant increase in the amount of wages that have to be paid to employees. And of course, these restaurants are not going to want to lose revenue or customers as a result. And, certain things will happen. I mean, you can say that certainly any restaurant that just decided to choose this path might substantially raise their prices and be, beaten, for lack of a better term, by their competition. But if this is going to happen globally and all employers are going to have to face this type of price change, I think what's going to happen is you're just going to see fewer and fewer people eating in restaurants altogether. And that's bad for me, especially, Madam Chairman. I'm a bachelor, and my girlfriend lives an hour from me. We don't get together to have meals very often. So I'm on my own, and I am not much of a cook either. So I eat out a lot. And I want to continue to be able to do that. And I'm certain that people that are in the restaurant industry want people like me eating in their restaurants. And I think that the wait staff does as well, because I think that the majority of people that work in that industry actually make out quite well based on their base pay and tips. At least I know the people that I know that work in the industry are making substantially more than the minimum wage. And as we discussed earlier on, you do make the minimum wage. The law already requires that. The only other thing that I think really ought to be brought up in this particular discussion, and I have a lot more to say about this, but I'm just going to let most of that go for today. And if this bill ends up on the Senate floor, we can have a much more in-depth conversation about it. But I think we've kind of covered most of the bases, which is, whether or not this is going to have a positive impact on this industry and the people that work in it. And I think that the evidence is in. I think that, what's happened around the country has not been beneficial. I know that the other side will argue that it has. But I think that the people that work in the restaurant industry in Connecticut are paying closer attention than anyone else about what might happen if the way they are compensated changes. And I'll just repeat that we're denying them the freedom to make those determinations for themselves with the employees. It was brought up earlier about Section 3 in the bill, which is a new section. And I find this as just another burdensome and kind of like an overbearing regulation. It says effectively that it'll be an unfair, deceptive trade practice under CUTPA, I presume, for a restaurant to charge a service fee without disclosing its existence, amount, and purpose of such service fee to the customer prior to such customer ordering from the restaurant. Can they do that by printing it on the menu, Madam Chairman?
That is most often the way I've seen it done.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that these types of fees would become quite common. And I think that's what you're going to see. You're going to see some small print on a menu, which I don't know necessarily is going to create a tremendous burden on the restaurant. But the potential of a violation under CUTPA, which can be very significant. You're talking, $5,000 maybe in fines, plus attorney's fees, maybe even punitive damages. I mean, it's a serious thing to do to threaten a CUTPA violation for anything, and in particular this particular situation. But I do believe these fees will become a regular staple of what's on a menu in Connecticut if this bill is going to pass. And I things will change in a dramatic way. If you have restaurateurs having to increase the price of the items on their menu so substantially to cover the increase in the base salary to their wait staff employees, that's going to preclude the ability of a lot of people to afford to eat in those restaurants and still provide a substantial 15 or 20% tip, because now the meal will cost more and the tips more as well. 20% of a higher price is now a more substantial tip. So either tips will decrease dramatically because the prices have increased, or restaurateurs and wait staff are going to come up with other solutions on how they're going to be paid. And who knows, I may just get rid of tipping altogether, which I think is unfortunate, because I think the tipping system is something that actually benefits people that are good at their job. And that's a negative impact that I think that this committee has on our business and industry, generally speaking, which is that many of the policies that are passed here tend to equalize pay instead of allowing for merit to be factored into results. And people that are good at their job deserve to be paid more, in my opinion. If they are excellent at their job, if they work hard, if they devote more effort, they should be compensated to a greater amount. And ultimately, this might lead to more of a standardized salary, as opposed to, waiters who hustle being able to make more money. And I think that's sad. I think we will suffer as customers and consumers in restaurants as a result. And I think that the opportunity that the job actually presents for some people, like I said, I know people, certainly when I was, younger, and I had a lot of college age friends who worked as a wait staff. They made great money doing that because they hustled, and I just see this going the way of, more leveling things out, not recognizing people that perform or put in significant effort. And I think that that's a danger to many of the policies that are passed out of this committee and in this legislature, is that we are slowly creeping towards regulating everything into smallness instead of recognizing the benefits of having meritorious achievement being recognized and rewarded. So I'll be a no today, Madam Chairman, but we can look forward to a longer conversation if this makes it to the Senate floor. I hope it doesn't. I hope that you take a look at the data and recognize that, the people that are impacted, they don't want this. And I don't think it's going to be a benefit to them either way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 3, Senate Bill 221, an act concerning gratuities as part of the minimum fair wage. The motion is to JFS the bill to the floor. The relevant LCO is 3221. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Ackert.
Ackert is no.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Yakarino.
Yakarino votes no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open at the conclusion of the meeting. The next item on the agenda is item number 4, Senate Bill number 328, an act concerning permanent partial disability benefits and pension offsets, and it's a JF to the floor.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes. Are there any? This is a bill that would prohibit municipalities from diminishing or eliminating a retiree's pension benefits because the retiree received workers' compensation for a permanent partial disability benefit. It would go into effect on October 1, 2024, and would only apply prospectively. Any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the brief description that you made. I guess my concern with this particular bill is simply that we're taking yet another negotiation out of the hands of the parties involved and instead inserting the state government to be the decider of all things, instead of letting the employees that are impacted and the municipalities that are impacted be able to negotiate the terms of situation. And I think when you take away that ability to negotiate, that freedom for the individuals involved, you end up with negative consequences. And of course, on its face, this bill looks like certain folks who are employees that are receiving partial disability benefits and a pension will benefit by being able to collect both forms of income. But the market has a way of adjusting and reacting to certain things like this. And I think that they will. I don't know exactly how, but I do believe that somehow that's going to happen. Just on principle, I'm going to vote no today. The first principle is that, as I said, you're limiting the ability of the parties to negotiate. The second is that I think, it's odd to me because, this to me should be a subject of collective bargaining. I think that the majority of employees impacted are going to be unionized employees. They do negotiate contract terms with municipalities. Why wouldn't they negotiate this? And why would we, as a legislature, decide that we don't want to allow a negotiation to occur? This is something that maybe the union might give up in exchange for something else they want more. But again, by saying that they must have this thing, they give up their ability to negotiate other things. I bring this up all the time. It's like when we provide, mandated required benefits that employers give to their employees. Well, yeah, then they're going to actually, be forced to give those benefits. That sounds like a great thing, except what if the employer and the employer wanted to do something different? That the employee wanted more. You've taken that off the table for them. And I think that's a situation here too. You are interfering with the freedom of both the parties. You think you're helping just one, but you're not. You are helping one on its face with this, but you're going to create a reaction in the market, and something else will be given up in exchange for it. There is absolute certainty of that because Milton Friedman again. There's no free lunch. When you make a change like this, when you squeeze a balloon on one end, it's going to expand on another. And that's what's going to happen here. And the final issue I have with this simply is that, if it plays out as intended, where these particular employees are allowed to receive both their disability benefits and pension offsets, even if that would not have been negotiated by the parties voluntarily, it's going to end up raising the property taxes, for people that live in the communities that we all represent. And I've made a vow not to vote for policy that has the potential to raise property taxes. My constituents are taxed too much already. So for those reasons, I'll be a no today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Any other? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hear and appreciate the comments of my colleague, Senator Sampson. You look at the statement of purpose, and right at the beginning of that paragraph is the word prohibit. And just by us stepping into this arena, we take away the opportunity for a municipality to best manage itself. And, I look at this, Senator Sampson talked about that this is we're taking away the opportunity for both parties to negotiate, where we're bypassing collective bargaining. I mean, I heard testimony from several of the union representatives when we were asking, for some accountability at the state level, talking about, hey, we don't want to bypass collective bargaining. Well, here we're doing that. We're mandating at the state level that the town can't collectively bargain, and taking that a tool out of the toolbox that both parties may appreciate. I hear from all 5 of the towns that I represent talk about some of the policies that come out of Hartford, out of this building, that end up in their laps as an unfunded mandate. And not one of them has said, thank you for that. They're all saying, look, if you're going to pass something up there, an unfunded mandate that affects our bottom line and affects our budget, you should put your money where your mouth is. There should be funding for that to cover these added expenses to our towns. And, in my estimation, this certainly, regardless of the scale, this is going to end up costing municipalities one way or the other. I could talk about a personal story. 20 plus years ago, I worked at the Glastonbury Police Department, and there was a coworker, colleague, and a friend to this day who was severely injured on the job, and injured his leg. Today, it's a permanent disability to this day, and he received compensation for that. And I'm not here to judge the level of compensation. I don't think any amount of money is going to. I think he would rather have the use of his leg back than the whatever he received. But bottom line is that's between him, and that was between him and the town and the insurance company that covered that. And here we are stepping in, and going to say that in that circumstance, now the town's ability to we're going to add an additional cost to the town, and it's not it's likely that this is going to end up an additional cost to the town, which will then be passed on to the taxpayer without the ability for all parties to negotiate, to work it through on their own. We're interjecting ourselves here. And again, that's going to be, you're talking about property taxes are going to likely go up. And I think that some towns may choose to do this on their own, without our mandating this. There may be a town who says, geez, we want to attract, they're having recruitment and retention issues all over the state for police, fire, EMS personnel. There may be a town or two out there who says that recognizes that this would be a benefit that they would want to offer. And it maybe puts them ahead, that town ahead. It's not just looking at the compensation in terms of a dollar and cent, but geez, if I were injured on the job, this town will take care of me. And that may tip the scales. That may alter somebody's decision, help them make a decision where they want to end up based on a benefit that exists in one town over another. And I don't think it's our place to decide, certainly not our place to add costs to our small towns, our cities, which this bill certainly will do. So I am no today. I cannot support bringing another unfunded mandate to our town. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other hands, but before we take a vote on this, I do want to clarify that when I first got to the legislature and this bill was a subject of discussion, I didn't really understand it fully. And over the years, I've learned more and more about what this bill really is about. And I think it's often misunderstood. Workers' compensation is non-negotiable. Everybody has to participate in that system who employs workers in our state. Part of workers' compensation is that when someone has a permanent partial disability, sometimes they can return to work. Often they do. Might not be the same job they had before, but it's a job, and they're receiving compensation frequently from the same employer, but it could be a different employer. In the case that they've had a permanent partial disability, that worker, and let's face it, most of the times this happens, it happens to our firefighters. As you mentioned, Representative Weir, it can happen to our police officers. It happens in the line of duty, happens at the job. And if they go back to work, they get their award for the permanent partial disability. And I agree completely that most workers I know would much prefer to not have had that disability in the first place. And no amount of compensation is necessarily going to address the impact it has on their life. But when they go back to work, they get to keep the full amount of the award. In some cities and municipalities, and it's not all by any means, it's a very few, they're actually taking it out of a pension. And what this says is that it's a workers' comp award that is not allowed for a municipality to diminish the person's pension as an offset to having received a permanent partial disability award. And I just think it's misunderstood, because I think we all really do appreciate, especially, our firefighters and our public servants, and we appreciate what they're risking. And when they get hurt, we all hope that we can do everything as a responsible society to look after them. And I think we've done a lot of that in this legislature, and I'm proud of the work that we've done here in the committee on that. But I do think that it's important that we make it clear that you can't negotiate away a person's award from workers' compensation for a permanent partial disability. So that's the way I understand this bill to be. And hopefully it again is leveling the playing field for workers where most municipalities are already doing it. Now it will be required that they get the full amount of their permanent partial disability award from the workers' compensation system. So seeing no other hands, I would ask that the clerk call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 4, Senate Bill 328, an act concerning permanent partial disability benefits and pension offsets. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Ackert,
Ackert is no.
Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Yakarino. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And votes will be held open. The next item on the agenda is item number 4, Senate Bill number 328, an act concerning permanent partial disability benefits and pension offsets. And this is a JF to the floor. Is
You
there a
just
motion?
did that one.
Oh, God, and I know that. I'm sorry.
I'm
I
getting
was
all ready
distracted. I was-
to make the motion, but
I was getting so, I don't want to go backwards, so let's leave it at that. Item number 5, Senate Bill number 331, an act concerning state marshals' health benefits, and this is a JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 3072. Is there a motion?
seconded.
It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes, and this is a bill that will require the state to provide health benefits to certain state marshals. And I understand Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only question I have on this, and I believe I got the answer, but if you could codify that, the 20-hour standard that we set in here is standard practice. Am I not correct to qualify for those benefits? Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure what the question is, but
Yeah, it's requiring a 20 hours per week, not each week, I think, provided by the quarter, but I believe that for the standard state benefit package, that is comparable to other positions that can get these benefits. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I understand this might go on a consent calendar, Senator Sampson.
Yes, Madam Chairman, sorry, I was distracted to preparing for the next item on the agenda. But if there are no objections, I offer this up for the consent calendar.
Are there any objections to putting this on a consent calendar? Seeing none, hearing none, item number 5 will go on to the consent calendar. And now we will move on to item number 6. Senate Bill number 332, an act concerning portal-to-portal coverage for Public Works Department employees. And that is a J up to the floor. It's been moved by Representative Hughes and seconded by Representative Wilson. This is a bill that will provide that if a certain if employees from the Department of Public Works are required to come into work when other non-essential workers are not coming into work, or if a Public Works Department personnel works 2 overtime shifts consecutive days, they would then be covered portal to portal for any incident, accident that might occur. They would be covered for workers' comp. Are there any questions about this? Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do believe that there's case study already on this regarding the emergency call component of it. I think there's already been cases on this, so I'm supportive of that. I could get clarity on the third way that you would get this after working at least 2 mandatory overtime shifts on consecutive days. Can you help me? Is that somebody that works 10 hours on Tuesday and then works 10 hours again on Wednesday? Or can you explain how they would qualify for that component?
I do believe, excuse me, I do believe this is the standard that we have for other employees that are covered by portal to portal. So we adopted the same language that we had done in the past for others, but I'm assuming in answer to your question, it is if a employee is regularly scheduled for 10 hours and is required to stay overtime, then they would be qualified for portal to portal coverage if they have in fact worked that overtime, mandatory overtime, 2 days in a row.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, so the bill that's before us, an act concerning portal to portal coverage for Public Works Department employees. This is an expansion of a policy that we've touched on several times in recent years, effectively covering certain state and municipal employees, not just while they're on the job, but also traveling to and from. This has been a longstanding policy for police officers and firefighters. And in recent years, we've added telecommunicators. For example, I know that DOC employees are also covered. And this year, this particular policy would be expanded in this bill to employees of municipal or state public works departments. Generally speaking, I'm in favor of the concept as long as we're talking about some legitimate purpose. The example that's always given is the snowplow guys, that they've got to travel into work, probably in bad weather. They're going to be at a heightened risk of injury, and they ought to have the same protections as they do when they're on the job. And I certainly agree with that. My concern about this bill is that it kind of goes to be a little bit more broad. For example, in the definition of public works employees, it says Public Works Department means a state or municipal department responsible for the construction, regulation or maintenance of all things in the nature of public works and improvements. So, I mean, that's covering a lot of folks. I mean, I'm just thinking to myself, what's a state or municipal department responsible for regulating the nature of public works and improvements? I mean, that could be DAS, for example. So for me, the language is somewhat broad. I do think there's a way to resolve that though, because there are three reasons indicated for how an employee could become covered under the provisions of this bill. The first and most obvious one is actually number 2 in the list of 3, and that is when responding to a direct order to appear at such employee's work assignment under circumstances in which non-essential employees are excused from working. And that to me is the most significant and purposeful definition, which is, when there's a big snowstorm, or when there's, massive flooding, or there's some other thing going on that is going to create a significant dangerous environment for employees actually coming into work. And I'm certainly in support of that provision. The other 2 provisions, maybe less so. One was already touched on. Representative Acker talked about the 2 or more mandatory overtime work shifts. I think that could certainly happen, if you had a lengthy storm or a power outage that goes on for a few days. But those folks that would be impacted by that would have already been impacted by the first reason I already described. And in cases where they weren't, I don't know that wouldn't necessarily make them eligible. And then in the third reason is the first one listed, in which I think is just far too broad. It says when such employee is subject to emergency calls while off duty by the terms of such employee's employment. Now, certainly if somebody is actually responding to a emergency call, yes, for me, that's pretty obvious. But just by being subject to emergency calls, that would mean that we'd be covering those folks all the time. So the guy who's a snow plow driver is going to have coverage, on his day off, driving around, because he may be on call in case something happens. I think the bill is intended to cover a legitimate circumstance, and I want to be supportive based on that. But I do think that the drafting of this language kind of got away from the point and expanded far too much. And as a result, Madam Chairman, I'd like to offer an amendment to the committee. The clerk is in possession and will distribute them. And I'll actually give it a moment till he has an opportunity to do that, if that's okay.
I'm going to suggest that we recess for a moment to look at the amendment. back on the record. We'll resume our meeting. There is an amendment on the floor that's been offered by Senator Sampson. I was going to ask, are you going to move it and are you going to, and we'll have need a second.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I should describe the amendment, which has now been distributed by the clerk to all of the members. I will move for its adoption, and then I'd like an opportunity just to describe it.
The amendment has been
Second.
moved and moved by Senator Sampson and seconded by Representative Weir.
Madam Chairman, this amendment would do as I described and just retain the one, what I think is, obvious and good reason for eligibility for public works employees to be eligible for portal-to-portal coverage and remove the other two items. But just for technical sake, the amendment would, beginning on line 33, strike letter I, when such, strike line 34 in its entirety. On line 35, strike such employees' employment. On line 37, strike or, and the letters indicating 3, strike line 38 in its entirety. On line 39, strike days, and also to allow LCO to make any conforming and technical changes. And I'd ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on the amendment, I just, kind of thought back to personal history on how this would apply to, again, a public works employee who, those people, Senator Sampson mentioned, we think often of the plow truck driver, the snow plow driver, perhaps a road crew clearing up down trees after a storm, or sewer drains, culverts, that sort of thing. And when I looked at section 1, line 33 through 35, and just kind of put that in the context of a police officer, that could be like again, a cop going, whether municipal or a trooper, driving into duty and encountering a crash on the side of the road, and they pull over their personal vehicle, or they're off duty. A trooper may pull over and help that, victim of a crash. And God forbid, if they were injured in that activity, then, there would be coverage. When you try to when I'm trying to apply that same scenario to a public works employee, it just, I can't quite make it compute. So, trying to figure out, okay, if a snowplow driver wouldn't be driving in on a sunny day, right, to go plow snow, unlikely that they'd be, they may be on call, and they're regularly supposed to report Monday through Friday, and it's Wednesday morning, a sunny Wednesday. They still may be on call in case there was any snow, but in this case, it doesn't apply uniformly like it might for a cop or a firefighter stopping at an emergency scene. So for that reason, we felt that 1, one didn't apply, 2 certainly applies and would cover that public works employee for all I believe it would meet the intent. So I look forward to future discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no, Representative Ackert.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it goes back to my original comments about, when items 2, so the lines that we're keeping in is really where I think this should apply, this legislation, when you're actually responding to that direct order to appear, so if you're, again, typically when non-essential employees are not required to come, that means there's a reason why, whether it's travel, who knows what it may be, that someone else has to come in, and that the potential for an injury is valid. And so coverage of that injury should be covered under this legislation. I think that's why I do support the amendment and look forward to its passage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments or questions? Representative Yakarino.
Sure. I know we went over it earlier in the call because I definitely support this, because I'd like to support the legislation. I think it's important. It clarifies everything, streamlines it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll on The amendment moved by Senator Sampson and seconded by Representative Weir.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Amendment A to Agenda Item 6. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes no.
Senator Cabrera. Okay. Representative Wilson,
No.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Ackert,
Ackert is yes.
Representative Belton,
Belton votes no.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes no.
Senator Lesser, Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Will you please announce the tally?
The vote tallies with 4 votes in the affirmative and 5 votes in the negative.
Thank you. The amendment fails. Is there any more comment on the bill? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, no, so I'm a little disappointed that the amendment it did not pass. But I do understand that, we can continue to have a conversation about this proposal going forward. It's unfortunate because I think, all of us on our side of the aisle, we wanted to support this bill, but we just can't support it based on the way it's currently drafted. So I'll be voting no today, Madam Chairman, but I do encourage us to continue this conversation and maybe find a way to narrow the section that lays out the eligibility requirements so that we're getting at the issue that I think we all agree on, which is that, somebody who's actually being called in for certain circumstances and has a heightened danger because maybe it's a bad snowstorm or there's flooding or there's some other power outage or catastrophe going on in the state, they should absolutely be eligible for the additional protection based on the additional risk. Unfortunately, the language as it stands, I think, is far too broad and covers, things that I don't think even the proponents intend. So I'm hopeful that we can work on the language going forward. But I'll be a no today just to flag it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to quickly respond, I appreciate your sentiment about wanting to vote for this bill. And I heard that from other members of your caucus. And certainly, I hope that we can continue a conversation that will bring us to agreement on this piece of legislation. So I'll be voting yes today and urging committee members to vote yes, but we'll look forward to continued dialogue. Any other comments or questions? Representative Yakarino.
I'll be brief. I would like, if we clean this up, I'd like to vote yay on the floor if it makes it there, but for today I'll be a no. But I think it's important for the essential workers that do have to go out and help, but I think it's just very vague. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 6, Senate Bill 332, an act concerning portal-to-portal coverage for Public Works Department employees. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Weir, no.
Representative Ackert,
Ackert is no.
Representative Belton,
Representative Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino votes no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open. Next on the agenda is item number 7, Senate Bill number 408, an act concerning pre and post shift hours. And this is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Belton. This is a bill that would clarify that any time that an employer is required to pay workers who are on the premises, required to be on the premises, and are required to be there and spend time in a security screening, also required by the employer. Are there any questions or comments? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, looking at this bill, I don't know that it's entirely necessary. I think it's understood that these types of activities are already typically paid. And I think that the testimony from the Labor Commissioner says as much as well. But as a result, I don't see any reason to oppose this legislation either, especially if I can do a favor by voting in support for my good friend and colleague, Senator Looney. So I'll be in support today. And in fact, if there are no objections, I think that this is one we can offer for the consent calendar.
Are there any objections to placing this on the consent calendar? Seeing none, then we will place item number 7 on the consent calendar. Moving along to item number 8, it's Senate Bill number 409, an act concerning wage theft responsibility, and this is JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 3168. Is there a motion? It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes. 1 second. This bill will allow an employee or an organization representing employees to sue for failure to pay wages or fringe benefits, not only in this bill makes the construction contractor liable for unpaid wages of a subcontractor. Quite simply put, current law does not allow a worker or organization representing workers to sue the contractor where a subcontractor fails to pay wages or benefits. This would allow that liability to be placed on the contractor and would allow a worker or an organization representing workers to sue and then retrieve wages from the contractor in the instance that the subcontractor did not pay. Any questions or comments? Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as a subcontractor, I actually can't say I can support this language here, but understand the reasoning for it. Now, there is some information. So I know that, in the building trades, sometimes the owner is the contractor. But as I read this, an owner, let's say an owner of a building and or a subdivision that has more than 15 units, through this language, I don't believe an owner would then be considered the contractor as I read this. Do you read it that way? I'm looking at line 21, or the term contractor. So if somebody that's building a subdivision / fitting out a commercial building, then is the owner, is he and or she liable under this legislation to fulfill unpaid wages?
Just give me a minute and I'll make sure. we check
Thank you,
it.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. In answer to your question, I believe it is the intent that the owner would also be liable. But if we need to clarify the language down the road before we take it to the floor, assuming it passes out of committee, certainly we'll consider doing that. I think it's something we had not intended to separate out an owner where they in fact were doing their own contracting for work on their property.
Thank you for that answer. And I'm not sure if I wanted to expand this, but I do understand that. And then as I read, so a contractor typically signs a contract with a subcontractor. In this legislation, it looks like if that subcontractor then subcontracts a portion of that work out, that liability also would fall under the overall contractor of the project, how I read the section from 38 to 42. Do you read that? Am I reading that correctly? So it's essentially would be any person that has a work relationship on the job through contract, regardless if it's direct signing the subcontractor with a contractor, would also fall under the contractor having to pay their unpaid wages. Is that correct?
That is how I interpret this.
So I know when we think about when a contractor hires a subcontractor, they have typically have some type of relationship and expect them to pay their wages. But as I read further, and as we get to section 43, it looks like this, minus this legislation, a contractor could already have a contract that stipulates a remedy to this if they decided to already, and some may already put it in. Hey, if you don't pay your wages, here's how we're going to handle that. So this can already be done if a contractor so chooses. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we get to section 2, it looks as though without cause, in other words, without maybe somebody, an employee of a subcontractor coming to the contractor or somebody saying, hey, listen, I haven't been paid. Did you pay my boss type of thing? Even without that, it looks as though what I read here, that a contractor can request payroll records just to ask for payroll records of their subcontractor. It doesn't say any reason for cause. Do you also read that the same in this legislation?
That is correct.
Why would a subcontractor want their payroll records to be open for public for a view to the public, like a contractor, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry. Would you repeat that question?
I can see if there was a cause. I can see if a individual or individuals were not getting paid from a subcontractor, that they would then go to the contractor and say, hey, listen, have you paid, Tim's Drywall Company? Because I worked for them and I didn't get paid this week. And the contractor could then at that say, okay, I've just cause to ask for payroll records of my subcontractor, and they shall provide them by the language of this, But the way I read it, a contractor could just ask on a weekly basis, hey, I want you to send me your payroll records. And that's the way I read this legislation. Does that look the same? Would you similar read the legislation?
It is, and I would offer as a response, I believe that this is intended to protect the contractor who wants to ensure that they don't have a liability that they're unaware of. So I could see where a contractor, if we're saying you're liable for unpaid wages, that they would want a subcontractor to provide documentation. And perhaps it's in an instance where, like you said, a contractor might be well known, a subcontractor might be well known to the contractor. They'd never, think of doing that. But in the case where maybe they're using somebody new that they haven't had experience with, they want to ensure that things are being done properly so they aren't incurring some liability that they're unaware of.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost look at it as, it's almost like proprietary information. You know, I'm on, you know, I have and I'm just saying this as a contractor could do this. You know, I need to employ multiple subcontractors on my projects. And I'm going to ask for my wages. And you could do that in your contract. You can, and they can do that in the contract. Subcontractors decide not to pay that, but they could say, hey, you know, I've got 4 plumbers that I do work with. I would like to ask all of you to give me your pay records. It may help me decide who I may use in the future. Because if the one that pays, you know, that maybe they win the bid, but you know, I can find a way. It just seems like not the right thing to do, but you're almost asking for proprietary information from your subcontractors, not without any cause of not paying it. So again, I want to make sure all subcontractors are paid as being one. Doesn't always happen, unfortunately. But I look forward to having some more dialogue with the advocates for this legislation and for those that are opposed to the legislation. You know, a lot of times we do a lot of legislation here. And matter of fact, I happened to teach a class of 39 licensed electricians last night. My other job I needed, but and I brought this up and they go, what are you doing under that gold dome up there that you don't let us know about? And we do so much stuff up here in the contracting that affect contractors and obviously other businesses out there like we're doing here today. And they have no clue, zero idea what we're doing here. You know, I actually brought up, hey, do you know that there's a credit if you have your apprentice, complete a apprenticeship program with you, and there's a credit for that. They don't know that. Again, we do good work in some areas, and then we do some legislation that they just don't know that takes place because they're busy doing their job. So I'll continue to work on this legislation with the advocates, and at this point, I can't support this language here, but look forward to having further dialogue on it, though, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reading through, obviously I was pretty familiar with the existing language. Now we've got the updated language that I've been making myself familiar with. And I would just like to point out that some of it is very clear. And then I have some questions to present to you that address some of the areas that I found less than clear. And in hopes that when if this is going to move forward, that we're providing a real clear finished work product to anybody who has to decipher this. And just in reading through, when we talk about the definition of a building owner, I know last year and this year the concern was raised whether it could be a residential, whether this could apply to single family residential homes, and that we carved that out this year to make sure that that was excluded. But in this case, could the building owner be a general contractor as well? Could the general contractor be the owner of the building? And I'm not sure. I guess the bottom line is I believe that the answer is yes, and I don't know that that specific scenario is addressed in this legislation.
I believe you're asking a question. I think it's the same question that I was asked by Representative Ackert about the owner being having liability if there is no general contractor and the owner is the general contractor, in a sense, hiring subcontractors. And that is the intent, to include the owner. And if we do need to clarify that in language, we'll have an opportunity to do so before it is brought to either chamber.
Thank you. I apologize for missing that.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure I had the question right, your question right.
If I jump to the line, early on in the document, line 10 talks about what is a construction contract. That's the paragraph, and it talks about what it does not include. And letter A is any public works or other contract entered into with this state, any other state of the United States. So why do we exclude, if the state of Connecticut entered into an agreement where people weren't getting paid, why is the state excluded from this legislation? Assuming I'm reading that correctly.
I believe the reason why that is there is because there are already provisions that require in public works that cover wage theft and how it's dealt with under public works projects.
Thank you, thank you. And when we're talking about a contract, let me find. Construction contract, I guess it starts on line 3. Could that be, does it have to be a written contract, or could a contract be considered an oral contract? Would that be considered a contract?
I'm assuming that rarely would it be a oral contract for a project this size, but I don't see any reason why an oral contract wouldn't also be covered. So I said that in a double negative. I should have said, I do believe an oral contract would be covered.
Okay, and I just, again, for the purpose of clarity, if you had two parties who entered into an oral contract, because it's not explicit in here on that the contract needs to be written, maybe it's that way deliberately, I don't know, but I worry about, entering into an oral contract, having one party recall the terms in one way, another party recalls the terms in another way. You've got a dispute and it's not laid out in this legislation, if an oral contract is even valid. So
I think it's a good point, and I think that given this legislation, it might lead to more written contracts between parties, which might be beneficial in any case. But I think you're bringing up something that might occur occasionally based on personal relationships, past experience. I think that now that the contractor or the owner contractor is also liable, they might be well suited to put any agreements into writing. I think this could persuade them that that's a beneficial thing probably in any case.
yeah, we agree. And I can think of, several, projects in my history where on the larger scale, you're not talking, maybe a bathroom renovation or something small, but a larger scale project where, contractor A fails to perform, fails to show up, whatever, and project's got to move on. So the general contractor picks up the phone to contractor B and says, I need you out here. I'll take care of you. I need you to start tomorrow. And that does happen. And I think we want to be explicit to make sure now that there's penalties involved here and the state is involving itself in this type of potential dispute. I want to make sure that we're clear. We don't put somebody in a bind over a lack of clarity. We already covered that the subcontractor does not have to necessarily make a complaint. I guess the last question I believe I have, and I'm pointing out maybe a what if scenario, is if beginning on line 52, section 2, line 52 to 56, really. You talk about a contractor request from a subcontractor. A contractor may request from a subcontractor the payroll records and employees providing labor on a construction contract. Such request shall be sent to the contractor by certified mail and shall notify the subcontractor that the subcontractor has 30 days to respond. And I just, again, for what could go wrong here, I would hate for an unscrupulous contractor who's maybe having trouble with, meeting with budget, with cash flow, to be using this type of request as a stall tactic to say, hey, I can't pay you till I verified your payroll records are clear, so I'm going to put something in the mail, certified mail, which there's a delay. So if on May 1st, the subcontractor sends out an invoice, and then on June 1st, the contractor, the general contractor sends out a certified letter for request or beyond the terms and says, look, I can't pay you until, now, I would just caution that, sometimes when there are cash flow issues, I've had plenty of people tell me that the check's in the mail or they'll meet me tomorrow with the check. And it doesn't always happen. I'm sure that people in the trades may be able to relate to that, sentiment. So, wouldn't want the legislation that we're creating here to possibly delay that effect, without any recourse for the subcontractor to, to collect funds that are, really due. There may be no violation, but that could be used as a delay. So that's all I have for now. I do have concerns with the lack of clarity here, as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Representative Yakarino.
Just listening to the debate. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have real concerns, and I think any contractor, subcontractor would have concerns where if I'm the contractor, I want to look at somebody's books and I might have other motives. I would think there'd be a third party, Department of Labor, somebody like that. There's no reason to give my books to another contractor. I think I don't know if we don't discuss our wages employee to employee. Why would we go from a contractor to subcontractor? If there's misgivings, you want to go to somebody, maybe that's an expert in it, but to go from a contractor to subcontractor, I think it's going to be legal battles. I think it's going to slow progress down. I think you're going to, maybe well-intended, I think it's going to hurt more than you think. You'd want to have, and I don't think DOL, I don't know what their position would be, but somebody, if there's that serious of an issue, you should go to somebody that's an arbiter or DOL, not, why should I see or let's show anybody my books? Unless they're a third party, somebody that's not even in the industry. They're going to get inside information. That's inside trading, actually. There's laws against inside trading. To me, that's inside trading. That's all I have to say. Maybe well-intended, but I think you're going to do more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, concerns? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 8. Senate Bill 409, an act concerning wage theft responsibility. The motion is to JFS the bill to the floor and the relevant LCO is 3168. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Weir is no.
Representative Ackert,
Ackert is no.
Representative Belton, Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino's no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open. The next item on the agenda is item number 9, an act concerning temporary state employees and collective bargaining. It's Senate Bill 411 and it's JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Representative
Hughes.
Hughes and seconded by Representative Sanchez. Give me 1 second. This is a This bill requires temporary state employees to be included in the state employee bargaining unit for collective bargaining purposes if they perform the same or similar types of work as permanent employees in the unit, or that they are currently in the unit. They are not currently in the unit, and if the unit's exclusive representative requests it under the bill, a temporary employee is someone hired for a limited term. The examples are casual, seasonal, periodic, extra help, relief, or per diem employees. Once the temporary employees have been included in the bargaining unit, the bill requires the state to promptly begin negotiating with the union to establish their wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment. This must include whether the temporary employee received seniority or any other credit or benefit and or preferential hiring Under the bill, when the state hires temporary employees, it must give them and their union their wage rates, benefit eligibility, anticipated employment duration, and procedures explaining how to apply for permanent positions. The bill also requires the state to give the union the anticipated end date for a newly hired temporary employee and the actual end date for a temporary employee whose employment has ended. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we listened to the testimony of some of the people working in the parks, lifeguards. I would say I was concerned and really wonder how this will work in practice for not only somebody who's part-time, but somebody these are transient positions. This isn't like somebody works every Monday and Tuesday, or meets the threshold of a part-time employee, but this is seasonal, where they conceptually may be a park attendant parking cars in the summertime from May until Memorial Day to Labor Day, and then might be gone. And I just can't conceive how this is going to be successful, having them be part of the collective bargaining, other than to say, look, we've got this many numbers in our union versus people who are actively participating, and where there's when I think of unionized employees or collective bargaining employees, you think of career, and this doesn't, to me, meet that threshold. So I wonder how somebody who's transient, and I say transient just because it's seasonal, I guess is the right term. By nature, it's not a permanent agreement. So I struggle with how this will work. I only have one question, and I don't even know if there's an answer to it. Regarding the dues structure, would that be prorated, or is that like, how would dues be? I guess the question is, would the dues be prorated on when the employee's working, or how would that work? I didn't see that laid out in the bill.
So first of all, the bill doesn't lay out anything with regard to dues, because dues are not required of union members. It is up to the union members whether or not they pay dues under current law. And so, and typically we don't legislate dues structures because every union can have a different structure. And, I know some unions might charge dues on a percentage basis, which obviously would then take into account how much a person was working and how much a person was earning specifically, or it could be a flat dollar amount. So there's nothing in statute that requires a state employee to pay dues. And there's nothing that requires in statute that requires a certain dues structure for the union. Any other thoughts or questions, comments? Seeing no hands, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 9, Senate Bill 411, an act concerning temporary state employees and collective bargaining. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Weir's no.
Representative Ackert.
Ackert is no.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino votes no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will be holding votes open. The next item on the agenda is item number 10, Senate Bill number 413, an act concerning predictable scheduling, and it is a JF to the floor.
So moved.
It's been moved by Representative Hughes and seconded by Representative Wilson. This is a bill that we've had before, so it is familiar to those of us who've served on this committee in the past. It is specific to certain sectors, retail, food service, hospitality, or long-term healthcare services with at least 500 employees. It requires certain notice of scheduling and requires that if the employer cancels or reduces scheduled hours, adds work hours, or changes the date, time, or location of a work shift, that there would be compensation. It adds, the bill applies to employees who are paid hourly and not exempt from minimum wage or overtime rules. Under the bill, employers must try to schedule existing employees for a desired number of weekly hours before hiring a new employee and pay an existing employee for the hours a newly hired employee works during the existing employee's written availability. As I mentioned, we've had this bill before. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Went through this bill. Obviously, it's one of the longer ones we're seeing today, one of the more detailed, and I do appreciate, the first couple of pages, a lot of the definitions are covered and but I do have several questions, and again, my lens in walking into this building and when we're pushing bills and paper out of this committee, that it's clear not only the intent, but that the end result is it meets what the intent is. And I one of the things that caught my eye when we start talking about the definition of we're going after employers that are 500 or more. I really disagree with that concept. I'll just make that statement that, whether we're discouraging small businesses, whether we're discouraging, competition at large businesses or making it more punitive, I don't agree with causing roadblocks or making it more difficult to operate a business regardless of the size. So that's my, principally that's where I stand. But if we're looking at the employer 500 or more, and then you get into a franchise, and franchisee is covered lines 26 and 27, and it references the general statutes. But if I think we go to businesses in Connecticut, Dunkin' Donuts, I'll just name a few that everybody knows, Subway, Marriott perhaps. You look at how would a franchisee, operator of that franchise, how would that person know that they're part of an organization that employs more than 500 people?
I assume that information is readily available from the company that got the network of franchisees.
I appreciate that. I'm concerned that we assume here that a franchisee, I guess I've not owned, well, I guess I have been part of a franchise network years ago. And I can tell you that I knew how many other members there were of the franchise. There are across the country, there are 50 other franchises, but I did not know how many employees each franchise had. So again, because I think it's our job coming out of this building to put forth things that are clear to people that are going to be the subject of this down the road, that I don't know how I would have known without calling every, and that changes too. Somebody who employs 30 people, if it's a seasonal business, may employ more people in the summer than they do in the winter. But let's just assume that it's a steady business. If your business is growing, you're likely to have more people. So as how many people I employed in 2020 was different than 2019 or 2022. So I have a concern with how, well, again, picking kind of winners and losers and putting our target on a company more than 500. But if I were one of the people that was one of the companies that was subject to this, I'd want to know if I'm a franchisee, how do I know what Subway Global has? You know, I mean, that there's a corporate structure, and then there's the franchisees, and I'm not sure how I would know from day to day, week to week, month to month, because that changes how that would, how would I know? So I'll start there. We talk about, get into section 2, lines 81. Yeah, so we're talking about that the employer has to obtain written statement from the employees about when the employees are available to work and how many hours the employee would like to work, and that the covered employer shall inform such employee that such written statement may be modified by the employee at any time. So I get that. You've got a lot of businesses that have, we're talking, I'm assuming this is more temporary, but you've got people whose schedule changes, and this allows the employee to have a flexible schedule to work together with the employer, which is what I always like to encourage, is that the employee and the employer work out their arrangements, hopefully without our involvement. And there's a lot of talk about the penalties and what an employer cannot do. If the employer doesn't give the employee enough notice, there's a lot of penalties for the employer. A lot of parts of this are punitive to the employer. Is there any part of this legislation that addresses a penalty for the employee if they were to call out on short notice or not show up for work on short notice? Is there any mandatory requirement for the employee to provide the employer with notice when they won't be able to perform their duties?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. On section, let's see, we're still in section 2. No, I'm sorry, excuse me, section 3, subsection C. So well, my page is page 5, lines 123 to 128. And I hope that, and I just, if I go to C subsection 1, if there's a change in an employee's work schedule, a covered employer shall provide such employee with notice in writing of such change as soon as possible and prior to such work schedule change taking effect. How do we define as soon as possible?
I believe when that is, that language is in statute, it's means at the earliest possible time. I don't think there's any real ambiguity about that.
So it's already in statute, as soon as possible?
I'm saying in this bill, I think it would be clear that it is as soon as you can make that notice known.
Okay, I just think that could mean as soon as possible could mean two different things to do two different people. If there's a change in the employee's work schedule, so if the employer found out, that you got a day shift employee, and in the evening, the employer finds out at the end of the shift that for whatever reason there's an issue. I'll give you an example. I was recently traveling. I went away, and I walked up to a restaurant with my wife, one that we were not familiar with, and we got up to the door, and we checked the website, said, oh, this place has good reviews. We walked up to the door, and there's a sign on the door. The last seating today will be at 5 o'clock, and we showed up at 5:45, and we were not able to be seated. And we're wondering, well, geez, there's people in there. It's busy. They were having maintenance done to the kitchen. Kitchen's going to be closed at 6:30 or whatever it was. And so I think with I don't know. Let's just say that kitchen repair, and I'm trying to give an example that may apply here. If that kitchen repair was supposed to be done by 10 p.m., but then they find out that there's an issue with piece of equipment that you can't source a part, and we're not going to be able to be open for breakfast tomorrow. as soon as possible, does that mean, do they find that out at 10 PM that employer has to call the employee at 10 PM? Or is it the next morning when that employee reports for work? I'm concerned that when we put vague language in here that has teeth and repercussions on the backside in terms of penalties, that we open this up for possible litigation or hard feelings and maybe an adversarial relationship between the employee and the employer where one doesn't exist, where maybe today both sides recognize that things change from minute to minute. And we interject ourselves up here between an employee and an employer relationship where the two of them were able to work it out prior to this. Maybe not always, I'm sure there's no perfect scenario, but things happen. I'll tell another story that last December, my dad's a huge Andrea Bocelli fan. He's seen him in concert several times, and he was coming to town. And this was in December. This was going to be a great early birthday present for him. So my sister-in-law and my wife got together and they bought tickets for all of us to go. And my job was to get the reservations for dinner. So I made a reservation for dinner in downtown Hartford. And lo and behold, he's supposed to, I think it was a Friday, he was supposed to come out, whatever the day of the week it was, 2 days before, you get a cancellation. He's got laryngitis or something wrong with his voice, and he's not going to come to town and play or sing rather. And so the next day I pick up the phone and call the restaurant to cancel. And, again, I think this is within 24 hours and say, hey, there's no reason for us to come. So, we had a hard time getting a reservation to get in the first place because the place was going to be packed, as were many of the restaurants in Hartford. And now the restaurants, I didn't go to Hartford, so I can't tell you what it was like that night, but I know that they were planning for a big event, 10,000+ people to show up and eat and drink and whatever. And that event didn't happen. And so I think I felt bad for the restaurant having to scramble, and they said, no, it happens. And I assume they were able to work it out with their employees that this was something out of their control. But now we come in with legislation that may not cover something like that. Maybe it does. And in the past, they'd be responsible to work it out between the two of them. By the way, we did go see the concert in February, same restaurant. It was an outstanding show with his voice feeling better. But and the place was packed when we did go there in February. But they had a surge that they have to account for, and something out of their control happens. And now we've legislated something that could possibly harm that restaurant, cause an issue between you hope that all parties would be reasonable in an event like that. I am concerned that we've brought a lot of civil penalties. Section 7, 8 involves the labor commissioner. 9, again, civil action from the labor commissioner in a result that that a person aggrieved by a violation. I think this is probably something that, if Andrea Bocelli has a bad voice and he can't come sing, that's certainly not the problem, not the fault of the restaurant owner, and nor is it the fault of the employee, but it's a situation that they're both have to deal with. And I'm sure things happen like that every day across the state, maybe in a more limited scale. But here we come in and now provide, I think we don't make it clear. Then we add penalties. Now we involve Department of Labor and civil penalties. And talks about a whistleblower in Section 10. So, we're really elevating this thing for Andrea Bocelli doesn't come to town, and we've got a potential whistleblower. Line 261, the entirety of page 10 talks about the whistleblower, and part of page 9 and the entirety of page 10 is just on whistleblower. So again, I think I cannot support this. I think we've got an industry that does its best to provide good service. When you have a restaurant that isn't providing good service and isn't doing well by the employees, I think the patrons know it. If a restaurant isn't doing well by its employees, uh, unhappy employees, generally speaking, lead to an unsuccessful business. Unhappy employees hopefully don't stick around and they go find a place that's going to treat them better. And they go to a place where they'll be successful as well. And I think you generally see that businesses, including restaurants that don't treat their employees well, don't tend to stick around long, or they get a reputation for being a lousy place to work. I don't think we need our help in putting the pressure on that. You know, we have a big campaign in Connecticut, a state campaign called Make It Here, and we want to talk about making Connecticut a good place to do business, where we're going to attract people to come in organically, and something like this would just fly in the face of that. It would tell you, make it elsewhere. So I cannot support the bill for that reason, but thank you for the time.
Thank you. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm gonna jump to section 10. And if I could get some help on understanding this a little bit more. It says that a whistleblower may, on behalf of the state, bring a civil action. Do we actually contract with whistleblowers, Madam Chair?
I don't believe it would require a contract.
Okay, so they would somehow, maybe a whistleblower goes into a job site or a business, and just say not a job site because it isn't under this legislation, into a large employer, and talks to the employees about their scheduling and how that's going, and if they would then lodge a complaint with that whistleblower. On that case, the whistleblower can then bring civil action against the employer, but be in some type of representing the state of Connecticut, Madam Chair?
I believe that this, and we can ask LCO to chime in on this, but it is a provision that allows a third party to bring suit on behalf of a group of employees. Is there more that you could add to that?
That's it. Okay. Now, it does also state, so if in this case here, it looks like if that whistleblower brings that action, that and they're the ones that bring it to court, that their fees would be if they found to be, obviously, win the case, that they would be compensated along with any expenses of that case. Is that correct?
Do you want to point to the line and I'll make sure I read it before I answer?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just give me one moment.
Are you referring to the last few lines?
Yeah, section's awful big, actually. So, yeah, 2282. In addition to the amount described in subsection 1 of this section, the court shall award reasonable attorney's fees to the whistleblower who prevails in the action brought pursuant to this said subdivision.
I think this is pretty standard language about the ability of someone when they prevail in a lawsuit to recover attorney's fees. Fairly standard language.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then also on 27 through 281, the proceeds of any judgment entered in favor of the whistleblower pursuant to the session shall be distributed as follows: 75% to the Department for Enforcement of this section, and 25% to the first whistleblower who filed this action. So essentially, if a claimant is made, a quarter of that goes to the whistleblower. Is that how I read that?
That's correct. And the agency of the state that is responsible for prosecution or enforcement, it says, not prosecution, but enforcement, would recover the majority of the award.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't think this would happen. I think that if anybody brought a case against a company, that, they'd have just cause, but in case that court proceeding went the other way, and not against the whistleblower, would the, business in this case be able to, get their attorney's costs back?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question?
Yeah, I guess it's so the opposite. So if you bring the case and you win, you get reimbursed for your attorney's fees. If you're the opposite, you're the winner, but you're opposing the decision by the whistleblower, or the department. We'll just use your
You mean if you
whistleblower.
lose the case?
If the state loses in this case, because it's a claim by this, well, it's by the state of Connecticut, but regardless of the whistleblower, if the state loses in this case, which again, it'd be probably hard to imagine the state would bring something that didn't have just cause, but in case that the winner in this case was the business that was being brought in to fulfill a wage discrepancy. If that business actually won, would they be able to recoup any attorney's fees? I didn't read it in the legislation.
I don't believe the legislation speaks to that.
Yeah, I didn't think so. And I'm sure that would have to be something that would be looked into, but not in this case here. Okay, and then my I guess my bigger concern isn't really the large businesses that can, in many cases, and I know that the people in the retail business would, don't want me saying anything like this, but I always look at the little players in this, the small franchise owners that are brought in to this. One of my relatives owns, I think he sold off some small of his franchises just from the struggles in business. He's probably got 8 franchise locations, not a big person, not a big business. And I could tell you the struggles that he's had with employees, and it's I'll say it's a Subway franchise. The struggles he has just keeping employees, never mind trying to keep a work schedule, that type of business, to the way I read this, would fall under this legislation. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
That is correct.
That's my largest pause on this is, the restaurant, next door, that is a single owner restaurant that has, many more employees that can, maybe offset, this, but then there's the little employees that I look at here that are so many of them in the state of Connecticut that are looking to invest in Connecticut, and are good employers. They're good employers. They do the best that they can out there. But this is the one that is the major pause of other areas for my legislation. So at this, I cannot support this legislation as it's written today. So I thank you again for your answers, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I'm reading this bill, listening to the debate, and most of these businesses I think we're talking about are franchisees. They're small businesses, McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts, maybe Best Western, Subway. And I would think, and I have a small business, I'm not a franchise, but I have contracts with 3 of the Penguin Books, it's a major company worldwide, Fanatics Worldwide International, and Panini International. And I could envision someday I'll be tied into those franchisees because I've signed 3, I actually have 3 contracts with them to sell their products. And I just had an employee call out today. She's looking for a house. Could I leave? What am I going to say? No. I said, yeah, go ahead. But I lost my other employee the other day sick. So there's only one person now. And I'm not going to fine them. I'm not going to ask them to give back wages. I said, do we have to deal? We'll take care of it. And I would think that's the case for most employers and employees. It's a relationship that, in frankness, this building is literally tearing apart little by little. I believe, at least. That's just my opinion. Most people treat each other with respect and dignity, which they should. And if they don't, we have laws in the book now protect that. But for putting my business aside, for a business that has the flexibility, and I would think all the workers we're talking about are part-time. all full-time employees have a schedule. It's just the way it is. And these are mostly part-time people that need flexibility, just like the person I left today. She left because she has to go look at a house. I'm paying her to go look at a house. Why would potentially I get fined if I had 2 employees and they switched? It's ludicrous as far as I'm concerned. So and as far as the penalty going to court, why would he even work for a company if I have to take them to court? I don't think we're looking at the larger picture here. Why would anybody work for me or vice versa if they're taking me to court because they couldn't switch one day? It's insane, I think. It's literally insane. And it's really about part-time employees are treated with respect, and they should, and dignity. But I think I truly believe, being older now, and worked a lot, I've had a lot of employees, I've worked for myself for 35 years. And I treat my employees the way you should treat people. But it's a two-way street. And if I treat them terribly, I'm not going to have a successful business. I'm just not gonna. And that goes for a small business or a large business. And that's why people go out of business many times, because they don't have a good working atmosphere. They don't have a good product. The product many times, the employees, the staff, honesty, working hard, working together for their consumer. Not to maybe sue or have a whistleblower to sue me or get rid of me or get rid of my competitor. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I've been here 14 years now. The more I see it becoming more and more crazy. This is to go to court, that employee, that relationship severed. That is gone. And most of the businesses are in a community, be it rural or suburban or cities. It's goodwill. It's working together. It's giving somebody a job to give them a leg up to maybe get a full-time job or go on to school, or that's their way to make ends meet. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I know we don't think the same, and I know you do care. But I think this is, to me, it's just another. You look at, I don't live in the shoreline, all those outlets, they're mostly part-time. What are they going to start closing shop down? Because they maybe are afraid to hire somebody, or afraid that if I can't switch, they can't switch schedules. I'm going to have to pay 3 employees, really, because the 2 salaries and then the fine, or the extra 4 hours or 8 hours. I just look at common sense, and I think if there's bad people, bad companies, we should bring the hammer down. We should do things. But I don't think that's the case here. I think we're causing more turmoil, more angst, and more division. We need to work together, not apart and against each other. And I think this, maybe you might be well-intended in your side, but I think this really hurts the ebb and flow of employee-employer relationships. And me working for myself, and my family they were mechanics, and I have a retail business. We have friends our whole life. We go to each other's weddings, and unfortunately sometimes funerals and parties and get-togethers. We help each other if they're sick or down and out, vice versa. I was sick last year. My employees helped me. I had cancer. They were good because I'm good to them, and I should be good to them. I'm sorry. I can't support this, and I don't see any real good in it. The whistleblower is just going to cause more division. There's going to be legal fees. The Department of Labor is going to be even more inundated with potentially, nobody wants to see anybody get hurt. We all want to treat each other with respect, and we should. We shouldn't want to. We should. We should always be good to each other. That's all I have to say, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments preceding me. They all did a great job of reviewing this bill and pointing out its shortcomings. On the whole agenda and possibly in the entire Labor Committee, I think this may be the worst bill that we have this session. And from my perspective, that's saying something. I think it's absurd on its face. It is remarkably onerous to employers and job creators. And effectively, this is going to kill businesses and kill jobs and opportunity in our state if it advances into law. And that's in its current form, which I know is not the ultimate plan, because much like other policies that we have advanced in this committee, paid sick days, for example, where we're going from 50 more employees to now we're going to just one employee in a particular business. This starts off being businesses that have 500 employees, I believe. But it does, as was pointed out by my colleagues, include franchisees, which are really small businesses that may have very, very few employees, but they fall under an umbrella of a larger company. And that I think is a big mistake. I'm trying to pick and choose what I want to say today. If this bill eventually does make it to the Senate, it's a lengthy bill. There are a lot of topics to cover. The sheer section after section volume of onerous mandates on businesses is something worth a lengthy conversation about, because ultimately it's going to drive businesses away. And with them will go jobs and opportunities for people to advance themselves. That's the big issue I have with all of this legislation, which is that, you know, we've gone so far down the rabbit hole now. I mean, well, let me say this first off. Employment is a voluntary activity. Okay? So if you have a job, it's because you choose to have the job. And if you are employed by someone, you are negotiating the terms of your employment. And you get to do that in America. You get to be the one that says, well, this is what I expect for employment. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to necessarily get what you want, but either is the employer. You are in a free negotiation to have a conversation about how you're compensated. But this committee is completely and utterly dedicated to only one side of each one of these employer-employment transactions, and that is to hurt the employer as much as possible in every case, allegedly to benefit the employee. And I'll keep saying it. These things do not benefit employees. You know what benefits employees? Opportunity, a thriving economy, more and more businesses out there competing and being successful so that there are more jobs available, more things that can happen. Those are the things that benefit our whole society. You know, our society advances when there are opportunities that exist, you know, for people to come up with new ideas, to create new products, to come up with a better fast food chain or a better cell phone, or you name it. That's where all these things came from. But when the government comes along and starts to say, we're going to regulate you into non-existence, companies are just not going to go through that effort any longer. And we'll begin to decline, and there'll be less new things created and new inventions, better opportunities for jobs that go along with all of those creations. And that's where we are. You know, this all stems from the fact that it's a long time ago, somebody said that we really ought to protect employees in America for certain things. And they were right. We should protect employees. We should protect, you know, minor children from having to work in hostile conditions. We should protect employees for indentured servitude or being abused on the job or forced to work ridiculous hours or put themselves in harm's way. Okay, those are reasonable protections to provide for employees. These are not reasonable protections. This bill is absurd on its face. There are businesses that do not operate on a predictable 2-week schedule. That's just a fact. There are businesses that are contingent upon the weather. You know, if you own a landscaping company, you may have to change your schedule because of what happens. If you're a snow plowing company, you might have to change your schedule. If you run a hotel operation, you may have to change your schedule based on, you know, some other activity, or there's a concert in town, or who knows what. These things are part of the real world. And when you start to write some one-size-fits-all policy, oh, we're just going to fix it. You know, this is it because employees XYZ deserve this. That's a lousy argument. The employees don't deserve to have their opportunity taken away, which is what you will do, because these businesses will have to adapt to this law. And the way they will adapt will be to eliminate opportunity for people to work in these situations, in these environments, people that are doing it now voluntarily. And presumably they're being compensated for that, because people go out and look for jobs based on their availability, their flexibility, And obviously, to benefit themselves the most. Now, obviously, I think there's a mentality that says that, money is the thing that drives people towards certain jobs. And I'm certain that's true. That's probably the number one factor. But there's a lot of other things that drive people toward jobs. People want to have a job that they enjoy, which is why I'm sitting here, Madam Chairman. People want to have jobs that they get something out of, that they help people, or they get to learn about some industry or science that fascinates them. People have all kinds of motivations. One of those motivations is flexibility. What if you have a lot of other responsibilities with your family, raising a small child, you have schoolwork that you're working on, and you need a part-time opportunity and you need it to be flexible? You're taking that opportunity away from people here. It's not just we're going to lean on these employers to make sure they don't abuse their employees. That's not what this bill does. This bill deprives everyone of the freedom to be in a negotiation. And people want that flexibility. People need that flexibility in that negotiation. I honestly don't think this bill's going anywhere, Madam Chairman. I think there are enough people in this building who are going to look at this and say, this is just insanity. You can't impose this on the people of Connecticut. It just doesn't work. You cannot be telling employers and employees in the state that you have this much authority to interfere with the way they operate their businesses, or choose who they're going to work for. And we shouldn't. We should protect people against abuse. We should protect people from bad business practices. But these are not bad business practices. The fact that some jobs happen on an unpredictable schedule is just a fact of reality. And we need these things, by the way, I will point out. We need a hotel that can adapt to a show being in town when they discover it. We need a caterer who can operate a business on a short notice to facilitate some event. We need these things to happen. If they don't happen, guess what happens? Lots of other things don't happen in our society, and none of the jobs associated with them happen either. And that's what I'm afraid of here, is that all of this stuff, all of this mountain of bills that we have every month. Again, I pointed out earlier, we're going to have very few session days this year. Very few session days. And each one of the committees I'm on has got 60, 70, 80, 100 bills. Why? There's no reason to be advancing all of these bills out of committee. They're not going anywhere. Let's do some productive work. Let's find some things that we can agree on, which is what the people of our state want more than anything. We were all elected. It's not that one side has some massive plurality where it's 99% of people agree with them and only 1% agree with the minority. It's not like that. It's pretty close to 50-50. You add up all the total votes for R's versus D's in the state and you find out, it's pretty even. But yet that's not the way it goes. We're advancing the most toxic, most one-sided, most biased policy that you could imagine in every committee, and we're just jamming it through despite the opposition. The people that voted for all of us, and that includes people in the majority and the people in the minority, they all want us to work together to find some common ground on the policy for the state. That's what they want. And we're not witnessing that. We're witnessing this, which is a radical intrusion into the way American free market business operates. And it's unnecessary. As I said, Madam Chairman, I have a lot to say about this policy, but I'm going to save it for the floor of the Senate, maybe, because I don't think this is one of the ones that will be chosen, because I'm praying that there's enough common sense, even on your side of the aisle, to say that this is just a bridge too far. I'll be a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 10, Senate Bill 413, an act concerning predictable scheduling. The motion is to JF the bill to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Ackert,
Ackert, no.
Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino votes no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will be holding votes open. Item number 11 on the agenda, House Bill number 5384, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. It's a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes. I'm sorry, I look right at you guys and I keep going blank on your names. I apologize. This is a bill that would require the Department of Labor to have, I'm sorry, I'm getting to the exact language, that it requires a labor commissioner to employ at least 22 wage and hour inspectors by October 1st, 2024, and at least 45 wage and hours inspectors for fiscal year 26, which begins July 1, 2025. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Ackert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And I'm in support of this legislation. You know, we talk here and look at some of this legislation that would require actually wage inspectors to do their job, whether it's the scheduling, paid sick days that may come out of this committee to construction job sites. And I did reach out to the commissioner. I want to thank Commissioner Bartolomeo for indulging me. And I just, can you provide me some cases that you've actually worked on? And she did. And if I'd like to just, touch base on some of the things, some of the work they did. There's many. I'm not going to read many. I'm not going to take much of our time, the committee's time, but these are two recent cases that shows what they're doing on behalf of the workers that aren't being properly compensated for their work. The claim number 20-17891, I won't tell who the perpetrators are in this case, but this complaint alleged that employer was not compensating employees with overtime payments in accordance with our statutes. Our wage audit and examination of our employer's records revealed that employees were not being paid properly for overtime for all the hours worked, and the employer was not maintaining true and accurate time and payroll records. There were 30 employees involved in our wage audit, and we ultimately were able to recover $71,591.49 in wages, as well as $15,300 in civil penalties for these violations. In other words, given those being paid properly, they weren't being paid properly, they were able to recoup the actual work that they would be paid for overtime. Another similar case, the complainant involved allegations that overtime was not being paid to employees. Our investigation confirmed that the overtime was not being paid properly, and we also identified that the employer failed to maintain true and accurate time and payroll records, misclassified employees as independent contractors, and was in violation of a meal period law. There were 84 employees involved in our wage audit, and we ultimately were able to recover $218,000 plus $218,000 in wages and interest, as well as $22,500 in civil penalties for violations, including. And this is the work that is being done out there for the bad actors, the employees that aren't properly doing this. I can say that actually, I'm not sure. Well, I won't throw that there's a conspiracy theory out there, but I did testify a couple years ago on a labor bill in opposition to it, and I was notified a couple weeks later that I was getting a labor audit, and actually went through a labor audit. And it's not that, and I successfully passed, because it's not hard to keep proper records. It's not hard to pay your employees the proper way you're supposed to do it. So I do want to thank the Labor Commissioner and the work that they do on behalf of our workers in the state of Connecticut. And I hope that this bill moves forward and we get it out of the and signed by the governor this year, Madam Chair. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments, and I thought you were going to say this, so I just want to add on to those comments because, I mean, obviously, it's a great concern that we're not in a position for our Department of Labor to enforce the laws that we already have. It also constrains us from passing additional laws that we think are, beneficial and important. But the other thing I wanted to mention is that my understanding is that when we recover lost wages to the extent that you've identified and even greater in other cases, that we're also recovering unpaid taxes, and that these positions actually pay for themselves because when we enforce the state laws, then we actually are bringing in revenue to the state as well that has unjustly been denied to us by these perpetrators. So to a large extent, I think these positions will pay for themselves, and something I hope everyone remembers when we get to appropriations.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that is that I know that our commissioners are, if it's not something that's in the budget, and I get that, it's hard for them to say, yeah, we need more of these positions, whatever department they may need in the state of Connecticut. I know it does need to go to appropriations. Totally understand that. But maybe we bring a true focus on it here and make sure that people know that, as you just mentioned, these positions, make sure that our employers are getting treated properly, but also it's a revenue generator for those positions. And not that we want big government always, putting their hand down, but when there's people not doing the right thing for their employees, that we want to make sure that they're held accountable. And that maybe that helps make it a cleaner workforce, a cleaner business out there for our workers in the state of Connecticut. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. Other comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree that adding the wage and hour inspectors to enforce the current laws, I would support that. I think only to the extent that we get enough numbers that we don't need any more laws, but we will have just enough to enforce the ones we have. I have broad support from my colleagues, so I'd like to ask that this be put on the consent calendar.
Hearing no objection, if there's any objection, speak up now, but hearing none, then we will add this to our consent calendar. The next item on the agenda is item number 12. It's House Bill 5386, an act requiring notice of an objection, discontinuance, or reduction of prescription medication under a workers' compensation claim. And this is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Seconded, Rep. Hughes.
It's moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes. And this goes to the issue that has been brought to our attention that a person on workers' compensation can have their prescription medication discontinued by an insurance company and not know that before they actually go to pick up that prescription. And this has caused great hardship for individuals, sometimes great expense. Sometimes a person can't pay for that medication and therefore either goes without, which could be dangerous to their health and recovery, or reduces the amount of drugs that they are taking in an effort to reduce the cost. So this would require an employer, and I'm not reading from the JF summary, I probably should, but it would require an insurance company to give notice when they're going to discontinue or reduce a prescription medication from coverage. And I'm just looking for my JF notes. Regarding the amount of time, I know I read it. $15 days.
during that duration, right?
So once an employer or insurer notices gives notice of intention to discontinue or reduce payments, the claimant can object to that. And I believe they have 15 days to do so. Any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We heard testimony on this, I guess it was the week before last, I believe. And one of the topics I want to get clarity around, which is not, I can't see it listed in the bill specifically, is what form will be used for this notice? Is it a form 43 or a 36? That is not spelled out in here. There's a facsimile, photocopy of, or there's an example of the form, but it's not telling, there's two forms, is my understanding, that are used in a situation like this. I'd like that clarity, 43 or 36.
Let me check with LC. Thank you for, I did receive clarification from our LCO and OLR staff that it's not in statute. We generally dictate what form. It's up to workers' comp to determine what form person would use to file.
I think my concerns with this is the two forms are quite a bit different. I mean, they share some of the same information, but a 36 goes beyond making just a notification. It talks about having a hearing requested. I know we heard testimony last year talking about providing preference to these types of claims. So I think if it's not specified and we're putting in it, we are leaving it up to, we may be creating legislation that leaves it open-ended for somebody else down the road to interpret that this is not just a notification. This is in fact, somebody's entitled to a hearing. And they have 15 days. It looks to me like that's going to potentially move somebody further up the list. So I think because we're not being clear with what type of form, it says, I see the language notice, but Form 36 is more than notice. So without that clarity, I will be a no today. Thank you.
Any other comments or concerns, questions, comments? Representative Acker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have similar concerns, but more of it is like there's I think a little vagueness on behalf of the discussing this with the proponents and with the opposition to this legislation. I'm going to do my due diligence and continue those conversations with both of them. And encourage everybody to, if they're in the position I am, and that's unsure. I'm going to be a no on this today. And want to continue to work with the advocates and see if there is a ground in between on this. I want to make sure that workers are notified when they pop into the pharmacist and say that, hey, you're no longer getting your medicine that you were on. Some reason, some way, there was a reason for that stoppage. So I want to get to if I can get to the bottom of that and work with, those that are supportive of this and those that are opposing it. And then I'll make my decision if and when it gets to the House floor. So again, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And aligning myself with Representative Ackert, I'm sympathetic to notification. I almost died because I had to fight back and forth years ago with a workers' comp company, and they refused, for whatever reason, to do something I've prescribed the rest of my life. I have to use, and anyway, I ended up in the hospital for 8 days after. But I am a little unclear because of the trial lawyers and some of this. I'd like to eventually support this. I'm just a little unsure today. I'm sure it's going to make it out of committee. But I think every person should be notified, but at what cost? I would hope they're notified now. I don't know how it's changed. My mind was, I was in the hospital 14 years ago, when I first got elected, actually, a few weeks later, because of just not wanting to do what they're supposed to do. So I'm a little sympathetic to this, but I don't want to just vote because of my sympathies. I want to have more information and potentially support this. So today, I won't support it, but I'd like to get a little more information and clarity. And if that's what I think it is, sky's the limit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 12. House Bill 5386, an act requiring notice of an objection, discontinuance, or reduction of prescription medication under a workers' compensation claim, and the motion is to JF this to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Weir's no.
Representative Ackert,
Ackert is no.
Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino is no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will be holding votes open. Item number 12, that's what we just did. Item number 13, House Bill number 5388, an act concerning hazard pensions for certain judicial employees. This is the JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 2954. Is there a motion?
So move.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes. This has JFS language. Let me just get to the right one. This bill allows certain investigators to qualify for a hazardous duty pension under the state employees retirement system. And the S language specifies that the credits for hazardous duty pension are for service on or after October 1st, 2024. And the covered support service investigators are those in the court's support enforcement services. Any comments or questions? Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so you mentioned, how does the date work with this for the hazardous pensions component? So does somebody have to be, so that starts, qualification starts after October of 24?
No, my understanding is that a person qualifies, that if the person qualifies for the hazardous pension based on a job they're already in, that the credits would only begin to accrue under that higher rated pension on or after October 1st, 2024.
So anybody, thank you, Madam Chair. So anybody up until that date that, let's say that somebody retires, this week, they're not in at all. They don't, no
That's-
nothing
correct.
retroactive. It's just those from then going forward. Okay.
They would
Okay.
only, so they would have their pension calculated at 2 different rates. That's my understanding. Yeah, no, if they retire now, they wouldn't yet have accrued any credits after October 1st, 2024.
Okay, so they only start accruing credits. So if somebody retires November, they only, this year, they would only tie a credit for a month.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have some, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. And
I would just ask that LCO confirm my understanding.
Yes, so it would calculate the years of credited service from October 1st, 2024 going forward, because you have to pay more into a hazard pension. Otherwise, they'd have to pay a lump sum to make up for the difference.
but our legislation says you can't pay a lump sum, right? And
Not under this legislation, no.
Yeah, I think there's a motion to put this on a consent calendar, I think.
Madam Chair, I move that we put this on the consent calendar.
Is there any objection to putting this on a consent calendar? Seeing none or hearing none, we will add this to our consent calendar. The next item on the agenda is item number 14, a resolution memorializing Congress to repeal the government pension offset and the windfall elimination provision. And this is a JF to the floor.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes. This is a resolution that would send notice to the U.S. Congress that we believe that Congress should repeal the GPO and WEP provisions. We've heard from a lot of teachers, particularly where they are not receiving Social Security because of the federal legislation. And we would urge that Congress, in adopting this, we'd be urging Congress to repeal those statutes that reduce Social Security for government employees that are receiving a pension. Any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, so this is a bit of a quandary for me. The issue I have with it is I think we're setting a very terrible precedent by taking action on this resolution. The subject matter is something that is clearly outside of the purview of this committee or the Connecticut General Assembly. This is a law that was passed in Congress and an attempt to repeal it. And I think it's a terrible road to go down, because I think once we start to take action on an item like this, we're going to have lots of different special interest groups and lobbying, of us to pass similar resolutions for other policies that are being debated on a national level. And I think that's a dangerous path to go on. I mean, we already have different levels of government for a reason. And if folks want to see this law change in Congress, then they ought to be speaking with our federal delegation and encouraging them to take action. I don't feel like I'm educated enough to even make a decision on such a resolution anyway. I mean, this is, federal legislation that goes back decades. I have a basic understanding of it. First is that, when the teachers' retirement system was created across the country, the Congress wanted to find a way to prevent double dipping effectively by suggesting that, if you are receiving a pension, which is very often compensated at a significant level by taxpayers on a municipal level, that you shouldn't also be able to collect Social Security payments. But then again, people have at times paid into Social Security, so they have a legitimate argument for the fact that they shouldn't have paid into a program that's not paying them back. I feel that way about paid family leave personally, but that's besides the point. The issue is there's a lot of intricacies to this policy because it was passed a long, long time ago. And one might say that folks that took jobs, that took the pension, understanding that they could not collect Social Security, did so with full knowledge that that was the case. And you could also argue that then why should those folks have ever paid in any type of Social Security, and what compensation did they get for paying into the program? And it's a difficult question, but it's not our question. Madam Chairman, I will repeat again, it's not our question. We should not even be involved in the conversation. And I don't want to be in conversations on a regular basis where I have to vote on policy that's not before our legislative body. You know, I mean, we have Congress for congressional debates. More importantly, I don't want other bodies deciding that they have the ability to go out there and do resolutions telling us what to do either. Anyway, there's a method to our system. It's done that way on purpose. And as a result, I'm not going to vote on this particular resolution. I just don't think it's a proper thing to do. I don't have any say in the matter, and I don't want to indicate in any way that I do. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, concerns? Representative Ackert. Representative Weir.
Thank you.
I'm having a lot of confusion today, but it's
right.
bipartisan. I'm doing it
And
on
it
both
is-
sides of the
And
aisle.
it is the last item on the agenda, so it's okay. I would like to point out that I'm from a family of educators. My mother was a teacher. My aunt was a teacher. My brother is a teacher. My oldest daughter is a teacher. And, you know, we heard from a lot of the teachers who came through here, some of whom I knew. I am not unsympathetic to the concerns that they brought up, but to Senator Sampson's point, I'm concerned that we're making a largely symbolic action here that has no real teeth, you know, there's no way to enforce what we're going to put forward. I think this the best form of advocacy would be to have many, if not all, the same people who came here to advocate, would be to have them reach out in mass to their elected representatives in Congress, up in the House and Senate, and get this moved to a resolution that works for them and also meets the spirit of the intent of the law when it was created many years ago. So again, this is I think the first time I've been called on to act on something like this with a joint resolution. I'm unfamiliar with it. Makes me uncomfortable because I don't believe that's in the purview of what I was sent here to do. You know, I'd like to go on the record one way or the other because I don't want to say that I was absent for a vote, but I think I don't think I can support it only on the sense that I don't believe that's within our authority to do. And I don't want to oppose it because I think that what they're trying to achieve may be noble, and maybe there's some sort of a solution that that accomplishes where somebody who paid in to Social Security has a way to get that back out without jeopardizing the intent of the law that it was created. So I think I will unfortunately pass today, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. And I do recognize your comments do speak to an unusual position we're taking here today, but it is something that has come to me so often, I'm sure to you all as well. I often get asked, why is this the case? People get confused over whether we're federal representatives and senators or state representatives and senators. I do get this question from constituents too often. And in some cases, you know, people are really desperate because they've just learned that they weren't aware they weren't going to get these benefits. I think it also is a deterrent to people who've worked in a career and then could would be interested in teaching, but no, they would lose the Social Security benefits, and that seems like a penalty that shouldn't be incurred. I agree with you that it is unusual. We don't do this very often. Gave it a lot of consideration before putting it on our agenda this year. But I do think that one of the things I like about it, I have not polled our delegation, but I'm just guessing our delegation would be with us on this. But what I do like too is that we're going on record, and it goes to, it requires the clerks of the Senate and the House to cause copies of the resolution to be sent to the presiding officers of each house. And so I like that too, that we're sort of going on the record and making our views known, recognizing that we have no authority to impact their decision on how to handle it. But I do hope that it also will be noted to all of our delegation, copied to all of our congressional delegation. And I hope this is an issue that Congress looks to address going forward. So with that seeing no further hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 14, House Joint Resolution 215, a resolution memorializing Congress to repeal the government pension offset and the windfall elimination provision. The motion is to JF this resolution to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Pass.
Representative Weir,
Weir's a pass.
Representative Ackert,
Yes.
Representative Belton,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open for an hour. We will, hold on a second. Oh, I forgot. Boy, I'm really spaced out today. We will be now taking a vote on the consent calendar. Don't leave yet. I'm sorry, that was my fault for feeling we were done. Will the clerk please call the consent calendar?
A roll call vote has been requested on the consent calendar consisting of the following agenda items. Agenda item 2, Senate Bill 220, an act concerning clarifying the appeals process under the paid family and medical leave statutes. JFS to the floor, LCO 2952. Agenda item 5, Senate Bill 331, an act concerning state marshals' health benefits. JFS to the floor, LCO 3072. Agenda item 7, Senate Bill 408, an act concerning pre and post shift hours. JF to the floor. Agenda item 11, House Bill 5384, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. JF to the floor. And agenda item 13, House Bill 5388, an act concerning hazard pensions for certain judicial employees. JFS to the floor, LCO 2954. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Ackert,
Acker votes yes.
Representative Belton,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Yakarino.
Representative Yakarino, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we will be holding votes open until 4:15 p.m. And members can vote in the labor conference room on the third floor, labor office on the third floor, or on Zoom. I want to announce our time and date of the next meeting. It will be Thursday, March 21st at 10 a.m. in room 1B and via Zoom. And with that, we will be in recess.
Hello, Senator.
Hi, Cameron. How are you?
Oh, hang on a second. Audio is muted on.
Yep. No problem.
Okay, can you say something?
Yep. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Okay.
Okay.
Agenda item 1, that is Senate Bill 137.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Agenda item 3, Senate Bill 221.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Agenda item 4, Senate Bill 328.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Agenda item 6, Senate Bill 332.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Agenda item 8, Senate Bill 409.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
I have you on agenda item 9 and 10. Agenda item 12, House Bill 5386.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Agenda item 14, House Joint Resolution 215.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
And lastly, the consent calendar, items 2, 5, 7, 11, and 13.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Cameron.
Representative Hall. I'm
Yes.
the assistant clerk. I'll take your votes.
Sounds good.
All right. Yeah. SB 137,
Yes.
let's see, SB 221,
Yes.
SB 328,
Yes.
SB 332,
Yes.
SB 409,
Yes.
SB 411,
Yes.
SB 413,
Yes.
HB 5386,
Yes.
HJ 215,
Yes.
and the consent calendar, which is 4 bills in there. Do you want me to read them to you?
Yes.
Okay,
No, you don't have to. Yes.
you're all good.
Thank you.
Of course, have a good one.
You too.